Good morning. Good morning. It's day 20 of the Alec Murdaugh murder case. The judge is just taking the bench early this morning for him. On time for us. Just kidding. Nothing's on time for us. It's day 20. It's
morning.
Day 20.
Ready to proceed?
One brief housekeeping
dear.
matter, Your Honor. When we put
One
in the
brief
disc,
matter.
yesterday, which for the record is State's Exhibit 552.
One brief matter.
I provided the court reporter with one that was a shortened one. We actually put in the full one, so I'm going to replace 552 with the full disc with the consent of defense counsel.
Oh, they put in the wrong disc.
Your Honor.
Okay, very well.
That's fine. This is not a big deal. We are getting ready for the cross-examination of the officer that led the investigation into the roadside incident.
Okay, bring the jury.
Bring the jury. All right, we're going to switch feeds real quick as we bring the jury. Yesterday, we saw the roadside incident, and the feed is still not caught up. Yesterday, we saw the roadside incident testimony in Alec Murdaugh's own words, which will either lead the jury to believe he is capable of just about anything, or they will simply believe that he confessed to everything else and he can't stomach the guilt of it all, but he didn't confess to these, therefore this is not something that he did. So I think it cuts, like everything in this trial, both ways. I think it cuts both ways. I'm very excited to see this cross-examination. I wonder how much you as an audience, because there's been 40,000 of you in here all day, but I'm wondering how much you're impacted by Jim Griffin and Dick Harpootlian being so involved in the underlying case, not as the lawyers in this trial, but involved in everything. Well, I talked to Jim Griffin, and then Dick is answering questions for Alec yesterday to the police officer. How much is that going to impact the jury? Are these two helping him cover things? Or have they just been his buddies and his lawyers forever? Because it feels really weird to me.
Very good. Good morning.
The jury's present, sir.
All right, day number 20.
Fucking hell.
Cross-examination. You may proceed.
Your Honor.
As the trial gets longer, the time I get on
Morning,
screen
ladies and gentlemen.
has been getting longer as well. I've been so tired. All right, day 20, cross-examination.
Let's see if we can do this quickly.
Yeah, let's.
Is that okay with you?
Yeah, that's
It is
great.
Friday. Monday's a holiday. So let's see if we can't get through this.
Adorable.
You are is it senior special agent?
What's so
Yes, sir.
special?
Okay.
Ask him what's so
And,
special. Do
You investigated, your charge was investigating the so-called roadside shooting, correct?
Correct.
And as part of that, after Alec was airlifted to Savannah Hospital, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Are
And
they
did you
going
go
to try to
see
get
him
into his
there?
injuries? Are they going to
Yes.
try to get his
And did you
injuries
talk
in?
to the doctors about his condition?
We made contact with medical staff there.
They're gonna try to get
I
into
don't know
how-
if I specifically
how
spoke to a particular
injured
doctor,
he
but
was.
we made contact with the medical staff that were providing.
Hearsay.
So, did the medical staff tell you he had a shallow sort of trough wound in the back of his head, apparently caused by a bullet? Did they tell you that?
They did not.
Did they tell you he had a fractured skull?
They did not.
I would
Did you
start
look
to
at
object.
have you subpoenaed his medical records?
We have. But at the
Okay.
time of my arrival, the tests were ongoing, and that those documents weren't readily available to me
But you've looked at him since then.
since then.
That's all
So
hearsay.
you would agree with me he had a fractured skull, a wound, a trough
Nope.
wound in the back of his head.
I wouldn't agree to
I
any of
agree
it.
that's what the medical records state.
I wouldn't agree to any of it. All right.
Let me see if you can identify this.
They're just not going to call a doctor and get the medical records in through this witness. Sure. Okay. Nobody objects to anything. I don't know if it actually matters, truly. He can't testify to medical records.
These appear to be a portion of
can't-
Mr. Murdaugh's.
You can't just put those into
It's a
evidence.
portion,
Yes, sir.
but it's the sort of the summarizing portion, is it not?
Yes, sir, it is.
No.
I think you furnished these to us. Do you have any objections?
Yes.
Objection, Rule 801.
Yes. Finally, an objection. Look at Jim.
Well, let me ask you this question.
He looks pissed.
Just make it easy. Who subpoenaed and got these records? Did SLED?
Yes, at the time of the incident, they weren't
Doesn't matter.
discussing his medical condition with us. I mean, we were able to, due to HEPA, they weren't readily providing us access to his medical records or
doesn't-
consultation with his doctors. We had a general understanding based on what Mr. Murdaugh told us or told deputies on the side of the road and based what he stated on 911 that he had been shot in the head. So when we arrived and we saw a subsequent injury,
Just let me cut to the chase here. Did you all subpoena the medical records?
yes, we did.
Are these a portion of the medical records, the business records
I
that you
don't know.
received from the hospital of
You
Savannah?
showed them to
Memorial
him.
Health?
How's he
Yes,
supposed
sir.
to know that?
Okay. Does that resolve that issue?
No.
Business records?
You can't put in the business records of the medical records without putting in the custodian of records from the doctor
Did any...
or having the doctor come in.
Matters, that's what's redacted.
Whatever. Just whatever.
Actions, no objections.
Just whatever.
Without objection.
Just whatever.
And that's number 124.
They're just like everything's evidence
Let
now.
me have you, if this will refresh your memory, look at page 1, what
Y'all?
the medical staff says are his injuries.
This is not how this works in normal worlds.
Yes.
Okay, now, I could have you read that. Do you understand what it means?
I have a general, like I said, I'm not a doctor, I'm a SLED agent, so
Right.
I have a general understanding of the terms on
Right.
the
Did he have
page.
does it indicate he had a furrow wound in his head?
I don't know. I'm not a doctor. He just said I'm not a doctor.
I'm not trying to play coy, it just says, I mean, I can read it.
Foundation.
If it says,
Okay, let me
He's just reading records into the record.
part to you and see
Fucking
what you
stupid.
think.
Okay. Sure.
Left posterior
good.
peritoneal
Dick's gonna-
subdural hematoma.
Dick's gonna read it
with
into the record.
with adjacent blood products. What do you think that means?
Objection. No
What's the subdural
foundation.
hematoma?
Calls for
obviously,
speculation.
it's a bleeding on the subdural part of his head, so it's.
It would be a brain bleed.
No,
Absolutely, yes.
it could be a bruise on the outside of his skull.
It says linear left posterior peritoneal bone fracture.
Oh,
That
Dick's
would
like,
be
if you're not
a
going to
fractured
testify
skull.
to it, I'll testify to it.
Okay. Scalp laceration overlying the left peritoneal bone. That would be that furrow
Yeah,
I'm talking
bruise.
about, right?
Bruise.
If that's what you infer to, I'm not a doctor, I mean, a furrow is, it's,
It's a
I can only
laceration.
testify what it states on the
Okay.
page.
And attending radiologist reviewed all the images and agrees with the interpretation. So a radiologist looked and
Hearsay.
saw a brain bleed, saw a
No.
subdural hematoma, saw a fractured skull, and made findings consistent with a bullet wound to the head. Did they not?
The medical professionals reviewed his charts and his tests. They came to that opinion. We refer to them as it relates to their findings.
I'm sorry, refer to them what?
We refer to them as it relates to their findings. If that's what they
Okay.
determine
This
happened,
is
Okay.
we refer
so
to them.
improper.
So he had real injuries.
There was a laceration on the back of his head that was consistent with a gunshot wound.
Fractured skull, subdural, brain bleed, right?
If that's what the records say, then yes.
Y'all, it's both sides that are doing this.
Have you ever
It's
told
just the
anybody
defense doing it
that,
right now, which is why I'm losing my mind on them.
specifically
Both sides have done this in this trial.
Maggie's sister and her husband, that Alec had been shot in the head? I mean, I can play it for you. You recorded it.
Oh, absolutely. If it's, I mean, I'm not denying that I've done it. I don't remember off the top of my head.
I just want to make sure you've told somebody that Alec got shot in the head.
Yes, I've never questioned that Alec's been shot in the head.
Okay, I'm just trying to.
Okay.
You're just trying to
We're having
testify.
a difficult time here communicating this morning. I don't quite understand it. The
That's
simple
early.
question was he shot in the head? And you say, I'm not sure.
We're not
until
having
just
a
now you said,
difficult
yes, he
time
was shot in the head.
communicating, Dick. You're trying to get him to
apologize.
testify
Yes,
to
so we
things
agree on that. He's
so
shot in
far
the head.
out of his
Yes.
scope.
Okay.
Holy shit.
And he was in intensive care for a while, and then he was let out relatively quickly. Isn't that right?
Yes, I believe he was released on the 7th.
Okay. Now, I'd like to show you Defense Exhibit 125 and 127.
Poot's trying to change what the medical records say. I don't think any of this matters. I don't think it matters that he had a graze wound and a bruise. I think if he had a major skull fracture and a substantial brain bleed, he would have been in the hospital more than a day and a half. I think that fact speaks for itself. If the jury feels that the defense is slimy after yesterday's
Are these photographs consistent with what you
interview,
saw?
this is
Alex
going
Murdaugh
to
at the
double it
hospital?
down for them.
No, this
they
first
don't, it won't.
photograph was photographed by Hampton County EMS.
Okay.
So prior to my arrival, this was taken. When I
Hey,
arrived
Dick.
in Savannah, Alex was not in this condition.
No one thinks your
They
client's a
represent
victim, so you
the-
trying to
the-
do that
This image
isn't going to
is
go
something
well.
that
It feels
that I saw
gross.
at the hospital. I didn't see this.
Okay.
Okay.
So, this was taken by who? Hampton County?
I don't know who took the photo, but it was included with the Hampton County EMS records that we obtained.
Okay. So, did I
Megan,
offer
you
these-
make an excellent point. They did admit a new tarp into
let's look at-
evidence
look at-
and
Do I have
photocopies
to go
from
to
a
the Elmo, or do
textbook.
you have these?
Everything's evidence. I'm shocked that, frankly, now that we're 4 weeks in, I'm shocked that the can of pork and beans isn't also in evidence, and the same sheet of music that Dick wants everybody to sing from, which today is the medical records. I'm shocked that that's not in evidence. But the judge can only rule on the objections that are made. And he's letting them all do what they're going to do. I saw someone in the chat that said, I'm a dentist. I can totally testify to autopsies now. Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly, she. Exactly. Poot was. Did you see how outraged
Okay,
he was
so
when
this
there
is
was an
the
objection?
photo you indicate
Outraged.
some other law enforcement agency took
dare you.
before he went to, that's at the side of the road, or do you know?
This photo was included in the records from Hampton County EMS that we obtained at the time that
Who
he
are
provided
we focusing
the
on in
recorded
that
statement
shot?
inside the ambulance, where
Okay.
he gave the detailed description of what happened to him.
It's a
Which we've
lot
listened to.
of people in
Yes,
suits.
yesterday. So at some point, his wound was treated and he was placed in a cervical collar outside my presence. I wasn't present when he was transported. I didn't meet with Mr. Murdaugh until I went to
Okay.
Savannah.
Put the next picture on.
They're really just. Oh, the reason they're not showing it is because there's pictures of Alec. They're
And who
really
took
trying to
this
make
picture?
Alec a victim in this. Which
This picture is, I did not take any pictures, so I believe it may have been it was
wonder if-
Agent Rebecca Gregg who
how
was
the
accompanying me to Savannah.
jury will
And is
feel
that
about
an
it.
accurate depiction of what his skull looked like
Feels
at
gross
the
to me.
hospital?
Correct.
And you noticed blood there?
Yes.
Okay.
So even when the defense is doing their job, how they do their job is
Now, as I
a big
understand
part of
it,
it.
after he was released from the hospital, he went to detox in Atlanta.
That's what y'all told us, yes.
I'm sorry?
That's what you told me.
Okay. And we called you from a facility in Atlanta to give the statement we saw earlier, correct?
You called me from a telephone. I don't know exactly what your location. I wasn't there with you, so I don't know where you called me from.
You're telling me SLED can't tell where a phone is?
that's
Mr.
not.
Harper.
I mean, if you're going to tell me that SLED can't tell us where a phone is,
Pose the question, you must give him an opportunity to
I
answer.
apologize.
Yes.
Mr. Harpootlian, you called me. I don't know what number you called me from.
My cell phone.
Okay, so you called me from your cell phone. I have that number, so it identified as yours.
Right.
But I don't know where you were at. You told me that you were calling from Atlanta. I took you at your word, but I can't testify to where you were calling me from because I don't know.
Did you ever subpoena his detox records?
We made
Why?
an attempt, but we had issues with them honoring an out-of-state subpoena.
Well, I mean, you can go to a court in Georgia and make them honor it, or we could have given you consent. Did you ask us for consent?
No consent was given.
No consent was asked for.
No
Right.
no consent was asked, no consent was given. So
Two can play at this game, Dick.
Okay. But we represented on that call that he was in a detox facility before, when we called you to set up the call in Atlanta, and he was now, and I think we've said on the recording, that the doctors indicate. he's
That's what you
coherent.
said.
He's been through the detox, which is a pretty tough process. and he
Apparently,
would-
it took him like 3 days. Oh my God, we're switching feeds. I'm sorry, y'all. I can't. I literally can't. I cannot.
no, sir.
Okay. And so while as soon as he came out of the initial stages of detox.
Give me a second
we
to
don't know-
fix the,
Testify.
Who called who initially? We went down out of the initial stages of detox. You don't know this, but
You don't know
we
this.
went down. We called you.
Sorry, Pulley, you can't testify.
Who called who
He's like, I can't.
initially to set that call up?
I called you on the day of September 7th to reach out to let you know that we had some developments in the case, and I told you that we wanted
Mr.
to
Harpootlian, you
speak to
can't
Alex.
testify.
Okay.
You told
What?
us that he was in rehab or was en route to
But, Your
rehab.
Honor.
And we would try to make some arrangements. We had initially discussed agents traveling to whatever facility Mr. Murdaugh was in to meet with him in an attempt to get a statement. That meeting did not materialize. On the afternoon of the 13th, you called me from your cell phone to set up a telephone interview. Given the complexity of the case and the fluid movements of the investigation, we wanted to, agree to that so we could get some type of, at that point, Mr. Murdaugh had, obviously, the story that he told us was not true, and we wanted to take that as an opportunity to try to make some sense out of the investigation, given that you and Mr. Griffith were there saying he was ready to tell us really what happened.
So he, through his attorneys, reached out to you to give this recorded statement we saw.
On the 13th, you called me, yes.
Right. And secondly, he admitted that he had stolen money, right?
Yes.
He admitted drug use.
He's going
Yes.
to. He admits everything.
And he
But not the
admitted
murder, so he didn't
that
do
he
them.
lied, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And you're just testifying away there, Pooty Poot. What else do you want to say? You've testified to the medical records.
And as a result of that statement,
You told Alec what to
he
say
was
in
charged
his
with
interview.
insurance fraud, conspiracy to commit insurance fraud, and filing a false police report. Is that correct?
Yes, he was.
And by that time, he had moved from the detox facility in Atlanta to a rehab facility in Orlando, correct?
Correct.
And you asked that he surrender himself, and he did that, did he not?
Yes, he did.
He had his son Buster drive him from Orlando to Hampton County, and I believe you all met him and, by prearrangement, him and Buster at his mother's house.
The agreement was for us to meet you and Mr. Griffith with Mr. Murdaugh, that no stops be taken.
I love
from
that he calls
Orlando
Mr. Griffith
to
Mr.
Hampton.
Griffith.
We
I love it so
encountered
much.
Mr. Murdaugh and Buster pulling into the driveway of the Almeda property. So outside of our agreement, so Mr. Murdaugh was taken into custody as soon as he arrived at Almeda.
Well, so perhaps if we weren't going to Orlando, stopping to get his lawyers before he surrendered himself would have been a violation of our agreement?
No, our agreement was that Mr. Murdaugh was to go from Orlando directly to your custody. Buster, I don't fault Buster. I don't think that he was doing anything that he thought was wrong. He was just listening to instructions. But, we were supposed to meet him with you, and he showed up at his mom's house. So he was placed under arrest at his mom's house.
Well, we showed up at Mom's house as y'all were taking him away, right?
After he was arrested, yes.
Right, but I mean, we were there minutes after you arrested him, right?
Well,
You
yes,
were
because
supposed to be
they
with
called
him.
you. So, and I think I might have called you to tell you that we were arresting him as
Yes,
well.
Right.
because we called you.
He went to a bond hearing.
Yes, he did.
He didn't do
and
what he was
granted
supposed to.
bond.
Yes.
And one of the conditions of the bond allowed him to go back to Orlando to rehab, right?
Yes.
And he went back to Orlando to rehab
Disney's
Yes.
my rehab too.
until he was indicted on the financial fraud charges.
Yes.
They think that the agreement doesn't really matter and they can just
And,
do whatever. That's what I've
His
gotten from this
cooperation,
testimony.
when I say
He
cooperation,
thinks
the statements
he can
made,
do
in,
whatever.
I understand you were only investigating the roadside shooting, right?
Correct.
So you weren't investigating the murder, you weren't investigating, I'm talking about Maggie and Paul's murders, you weren't investigating the financial crimes, only the roadside shooting, correct?
Are you referring during my interviews with the 3 interviews with Mr. Murdaugh?
I'm sorry?
Are you referring to, in the 3 interviews with Mr. Murdaugh, the first 2 interviews were conducted with him being considered the victim of a violent crime.
Right, and then-
And in the 3rd interview, you set parameters as his attorney as to what information we would discuss
No,
on the call.
I'm
So,
not, but he did, when you asked
No, no,
questions
no, no, no.
about,
Yes, yes,
his
yes.
bank accounts, he cooperated fully with you, right?
after some give and take, I think between you and I, he disclosed information, yes.
Right, and he admitted to you he'd stolen money.
From his
Yeah, he
clients.
confirmed that he had stolen money, because at that point, we had been told by other parties he had stolen money, and on the 7th, we recovered enterprise banking slips. So we knew we had documentation he had stolen money. He just confirmed it with his.
Did you know whether he knew he was just coming out of detox? I mean, certainly many
Did you know what he
defendants would have
knew?
never talked to you,
No.
correct?
Objection is sustained.
Did he have to talk to you?
Some of the best confessions I've ever got were from a defense attorney. So he spoke to me.
Not this defense attorney.
He still confessed on the call. So
I mean,
you
there
know.
are defense attorneys and defense attorneys, right? Okay. So let me say this. As a result of some of the information you got, did you give that statement that he gave you? Did you give that to
Senior
who was
Agent Kelly
investigating the financial
gives
crimes?
0 fucks about Dick.
That was a joint operation out of our office. There were
This is
several agents that
great.
were involved
But
in that.
no agent in charge like Mr. Owens?
There was an agent, David Williams, Special Agent David Williams, myself, Special Agent Matt Wright. We've all had part in the financial investigations.
Okay, and as a result
Ryan
of his
Kelly,
cooperation, partially,
you
and
might
what
be
you
the
already
best SLED
knew,
agent we've seen.
You're aware that he was indicted on 90 indictments of financial fraud, which could result in life without parole for him. Do you not?
He was found.
If you'd answer yes or no and then explain your answer. Was he indicted on 90 charges of financial fraud and for which he faces life without parole? Is that correct? Just yes or no?
Objection is sustained.
Calls for a legal conclusion.
I'm sorry, what was the objection?
There's an objection, and I sustained the objection.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't understand the grounds for the objection.
Calls for legal conclusion. Is the grounds. Poot just said grounds.
I'm sorry, I understand what 401 is. I don't know why it would apply to this.
Objection is sustained.
401's not
The
right.
information you got was voluntary about the financial piece of this was voluntary by him? No one threatened him? No one coerced him? He has 2 lawyers sitting there, right?
To the best of
don't
my
know.
knowledge, no one
couldn't see
threatened
him.
him. I was not present with Mr. Murdaugh at the time of giving his statement. I wasn't. It was over the telephone. Based on what you've told us, no one threatened him. Y'all
But
were
he had
there
a gun to his head.
representing.
Let him finish.
I wasn't in the room. If you did, I can't speak to it.
If you did, I can't speak to it. I wasn't in the room. The defense very much, and they shouldn't have pushed so hard with the medical, the defense very much went to get in
Thank you.
how much
And
time he's
redirect.
facing. So the jury knows they
Rick,
don't
you're
have to
not gonna
punish
make
Alec
this
for the
work.
financial crimes. He's going
When
to be
you
punished.
interviewed the defendant Alec Murdaugh
That's the
on
point of
September
that.
4th, that was in the hospital, is that right?
Yes, it was.
Did he agree to speak to you?
Yes, he did.
Did he respond appropriately to your?
Dealt with this matter, and if we're going to go into this,
Oh,
we'd
wait.
like a Jackson v. Dino hearing.
Wait,
Alec Murdaugh,
I want to go back.
when you interviewed the defendant Alec Murdaugh on September 4th, that was in the hospital, is that right?
Yes, it was.
Did he agree to speak to you?
Yes, he did.
Did he respond appropriately to your?
Dealt with this matter, and if we're going to go into this, we'd like a Jackson v. Dino
That's out
hearing.
of left field.
As to his competence to talk to him in the hospital.
That's a speaking objection.
He specifically cross-examined him on the injuries in the hospital that he had suffered, and I'm just following up with the agent about the circumstances generally of
Correct.
his interaction with Mr.
Gentlemen, we'll
Murdaugh.
have you go to the
That's
jury room
correct.
for a break.
That's correct.
Please do not discuss the case.
Creighton's correct. Creighton's right. Creighton's right. I'm going to speed this up. Here's what just happened. There's another interview we haven't heard about yet. They are letting the jury go back to the courtroom. The jury is out. Well, y'all, we wanted to see the lawyer's lawyer, and this morning, everybody's a bit feisty. Creighton's not wrong. The defense cross-examined about the
Be
hospital.
seated, please.
They want to ask about the hospital, so we're going to proffer some more outside the
What's
presence
the
of the
nature of
jury.
the objection again, Mr. Harpootlian?
Your Honor, there's several bases. One, that was a leading question, but if you get past that. Secondly, we had an agreement, which he complied with on direct examination, to have him say what happened there in summary fashion and not go into a quoting piece, even though we
To
believe.
reading the medical
and if you look at
records,
these medical records,
motherfucker.
he's showing positive for barbiturates and opioids, many of which were administered by the hospital. We believe the doctors will say he was not competent to give any sort of voluntary statement. And
bring the doctors.
he was not advised of Miranda warnings. He wasn't.
He wasn't in
any
custody.
way, we don't, obviously wasn't in custody, but we believe that we're entitled to a hearing on competence to give a statement if he's going to go further on this. And to do so, we're going to need the doctors from Savannah here to testify what his condition was.
Bring the
So
doctors.
Perhaps we should adjourn this and come back on Tuesday or Wednesday of
No,
next week to finish.
you've already asked.
Your Honor, the sum total of my questions was specifically in response to the cross-examination. I was not going to ask him to go back to the, to relate what he related to Agent Kelly, which again, they had already agreed for us to do in summary fashion. It was simply going to be questions that he was not in custody. He was voluntarily agreed to talk, and his questions were subject matter appropriate, and he appeared to understand the questions. That was going to be the extent of it, and it was in direct response to their putting in the records and discussing the injuries that he.
Who-
that
you
were reflected
testified
in
to the
those
medical records.
That was the extent of my questioning, not to reiterate the summary to which, frankly, they had already agreed to allowing us to do, which we did yesterday.
If that's all he's going to ask, I withdraw my objection.
All right, very good. Let's bring the jury in.
What is he afraid of that
And
was
get a
said?
stretch. Yes, yes, sir.
That's what we're agreeing, if that's all he's going to ask. But if that question leads to another question, leads to another question,
So stand for a few minutes, moments.
I think Creighton wants to say, what the fuck, Dick? We let you testify to medical records so you didn't have to bring the doctors in. You've got a law enforcement officer on the stand saying, I'm not a doctor, and Dick just starts reading the medical records in. He wants to make sure that the jury's not left with, Creighton wants to make sure the jury's not left with the impression that that he couldn't give these statements because he had all of these massive brain injuries. But here's what I'm going to go to real quick. He was in court shortly after the Roadside shooting. This is coming from Twitter. Mandy Matney posted this morning. I retweeted it. Let me pull it up. I'm just going to share a photo from his hearing from days after the Roadside incident. This is not in evidence. This is for you. This is Alec days after the Roadside incident, after he got out of the hospital, and after he was in custody. After the fractured skull and the brain bleed. They did not shave his head.
The objection is withdrawn. You may proceed.
That's what it is.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So,
May it please the court.
just for everybody, so we're all on the same page.
All right, going back to the question that I asked, when you interviewed.
He was not
I'm just asking these
severely
particular
injured.
questions. When you interviewed the defendant on September 4th, that was the day of the Roadside shooting, correct?
Correct.
Did he voluntarily agree to talk to you?
Yes.
So
Was
we might
he
have had a
in
small
custody in any
fracture,
way?
but it was
He was
not.
not in custody.
Did he
It was
respond
not.
appropriately to your questions?
He responded appropriately and consistently to the answers to my questions that were given on the, 911 and on the.
It was not a massive
to
injury, and that's what
Hampton
they're
County
getting
deputy.
Did he
to.
appear to understand your questions?
Yes.
And did he respond appropriately to the subject matter of those questions?
Yes.
When you interviewed him on September 6th, he was still in the hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
And at that time, did he voluntarily agree to talk to you?
Yes.
Was he in custody at any point?
He was not.
Did he respond appropriately to your questions?
He did.
Did he appear to understand your questions?
He understood the questions and, again, gave consistent responses to the interviews from September 4th, from the 911 call,
Oh.
and from the video
Doesn't
from
mean
the
he didn't have a
ambulance.
concussion.
His-
They
his
never said he had a
answers related
concussion.
appropriately to the subject matter of your questions.
Yes, the side
They
of the road.
said contusion.
You were asked a little bit about the circumstances of the telephone interview on September 13th, 2021, correct?
Yes.
And did you want to do a telephone interview, or did you want to speak to him in person?
No, our initial inquiry was to go to where he was at. We did not know his location. They took him out of state. Our intention was to go meet with them wherever they had him to conduct that interview. When those plans did not materialize, time was of the essence. When they called us and agreed to have the telephone interview, we made an investigative decision to agree to that and conduct the interview over the phone.
That time period between September 6th and 7th, when All the
did
developments
not
you
have a
testified to
concussion.
yesterday on the
He
side
had
of
a
the road took
contusion.
place, and September 13th was SLED
And a
just
graze wound.
sitting around doing nothing, or were y'all actively attempting to further question the defendant?
We were absolutely actively in working the active investigation. We were actively attempting to make contact to have that interview and make that take place.
And it was not till September 13th that the defense agreed, but only through a telephone interview, is that correct?
Mr. Harpootlian had called me on the 13th, and he
The
said,
brain
hey,
injury
we
was
have a
not
short
as
amount of time, we
severe
can do this, can we make
as
it happen?
Dick
So
has
we had
made
to
it
make it
seem.
happen within about 30 minutes' notice. So Agent Albayalde and I got to a place where we can conduct the interview, and the interview occurred.
Yeah, they wouldn't let law enforcement
And
see him.
when y'all had that phone interview that the jury heard yesterday, at the beginning, they put limitations on the subject matter of what could be discussed.
Which
Yes,
also
they
is
advised that they
appropriate.
would only discuss the side of the road shooting.
That's
that
appropriate.
The Moselle incident and the financial crimes were off limits.
That's
Ultimately,
appropriate.
some financial information was discussed, is that correct?
That is correct.
But Moselle never was, is that right?
Correct.
It's appropriate.
You were asked about ultimately when he was taken into custody, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember roughly what date that was?
I don't have the booking paperwork. I don't remember what specific date. I took him into custody twice, so I don't know what date.
And that was after he had finished that rehab stint, is that correct, to your understanding?
Yes, we took him in custody once on the Alameda property. We also took him in custody a second time when we went to Orlando to extradite.
Well, what you were just asked about by Mr. Harpootlian, when he returned to South Carolina, that was the first time ever that he had been taken into custody, is that correct?
Yes,
And that was for charges related to the side of the road?
yes.
They're leaning towards the side of the road, unraveled everything, which is smart for them to remind or to at
Thank you,
least
Senior Special Agent Kelly, nothing further.
be able to argue the side of the road is what unraveled
Questions?
everything, not
That
the
second
murders.
time you took him into
Smart.
custody, do you know when that was?
I don't have the exact date in front of me. I apologize.
If I told you October 16th of 2021, would that seem appropriate?
I believe it was in the
Seems
month
about
of
right.
October
Okay.
2021.
And tell this jury, how long has he been out of jail since October 16th of 2021?
Completely inappropriate, but okay.
I mean, did he make bond?
I don't believe so. No, he
Okay,
hadn't.
so he's been in jail since October 16th.
Oh, they want him to know. It
Objection
is.
sustained.
It's completely inappropriate to
What
elicit.
opportunity has he had since October 16th of
It's completely
2021
inappropriate.
to manipulate witnesses, to manipulate evidence, to manipulate anything in this case? What opportunity?
Objection.
Go ahead.
There's an objection.
I'm sorry,
Basis for
what's
the-
this objection?
Objection 401, Your Honor.
And response.
Did you hear him say, what is
Well,
this
Your Honor-
objection?
No question, he's been in jail since October 6th.
Your legal response to the objection.
I
The
don't understand.
401 is the objection, relevance, and your response.
My response is that they have him, they're trying to portray him as a
Oh, he's just going to testify
manipulative
himself.
person, and he's not got the ability to manipulate anything after October 16th.
The objection is sustained.
They're going to just get into his jail calls now.
That's not relevant.
Inappropriate argument.
Inappropriate
To the
argument
jury.
to the jury.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Yes.
No, you're not. The fuck you are.
Now, did you tell anyone in his family the reason you wanted to see him while he was in rehab was to show him a picture of a truck?
Coot's just pushing it.
The
He's
conversations
just
about the
pushing
picture of
it
the truck,
today.
we obtained the picture of the truck on and around.
Excuse me, if you would just answer yes or no, and then you can explain your answer. We're going to go down this trail, and if you say no, then I'm done. If you say yes, then I'm going to ask you when you did it.
Objection,
And we
no
don't have to go through
question
this
pending.
Back and forth for the next 10 minutes.
Look at him looking at the jury.
Did you tell anybody in his family you wanted to see him in rehab just to show him a picture, among other things, just to show him a picture of a truck?
I believe that was one of the items we wanted to discuss with Mr. Murdaugh.
Okay. And so you were giving the impression that at that point you still believed him, and you just wanted to show him a picture of a truck?
401, Your Honor.
No.
Really?
That calls for speculation.
Let me hear that question again.
That calls for speculation, actually.
You
Gave them the impression.
indicated to a member of his family you knew was communicating with him that all you wanted to do was show him a picture of a truck.
Object to the form, Your Honor.
It's cross-examination.
It's speculation, and that's
Thank
the
you.
word you're looking
Is
for.
it- Did you communicate?
What's the
I
response?
asked the question.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Fuck!
I'm sorry, I just,
Are you a senior special agent?
yes, sir, I am.
Senior Special Agent Kelly, did you
The
communicate
the
to a member of
condescending
Mr. Murdaugh's
tone.
family, Randy Murdaugh, that all you wanted to do was show him a picture of a truck? That was paramount to you, and that's what you communicated to Mr. Murdaugh.
Objection 401, Your Honor.
Objection's overruled.
The question you just asked me is that,
wrong
and I
objection.
responded to, that was one of the things. That was not the only thing. You know, we knew the identity of Curtis Smith. We knew the
Senior
truck that Mr.
Special
Smith.
I didn't
Agent
ask you what else you
Kelly.
knew. I asked you,
Ask the witness to be allowed to complete his answer, Your Honor.
You may continue your response.
We wanted to meet with Mr. Murdaugh to show him images of the truck. We wanted to show him to see, at this point, we suspected he was not telling the truth, and we wanted to see if he would continue to not tell it, to continue to lie to us about not knowing the existence of Curtis or the truck, or if he would, show some type of clarity and
so, and this goes to sort of the same issue. When you wanted to see him, what are the exhibits I just introduced?
What's the exhibit I just introduced? He doesn't
When
remember
you
because
wanted
he's
to
so
see
rattled
him
by this
and you
witness.
contacted me, I indicated he was in detox, right?
Objection sustained.
Were you aware that he was in detox in Atlanta?
That's
I
all
was aware
told.
that he was out of state, and based on the information you told me, and I took you at your word, that he was seeking treatment in an out-of-state facility.
Okay. And did I indicate to you, or did anybody indicate to you in detox, you need an uninterrupted period to get off the drugs?
I believe that is what you explained to me.
Okay. And that he wouldn't be competent to communicate.
This is
until
irrelevant
he'd
and
been-
outside the scope at this point.
Maybe I walked away with him.
Maybe I walked away from him.
Would not
You
be
probably
competent
wandered off,
to
Dick.
speak with you until the doctor said he was competent, right?
On the morning of, on the September 4th incident, he consumed opioids that morning. He was not detoxing or coming off those drugs. He did not appear to be under the influence of any narcotics. When we met with him in the hospital, he was on his cell phone, he was walking, he was talking, he was coherent. He was the victim of a crime, the only witness that we were aware of for that crime. So we obtained a statement from him so he could tell us what happened.
You would concede he'd been shot in the head. I don't want to plow old ground, but he had a head wound, fractured skull.
Asked and answered beyond the scope.
Beyond the
Objection
scope.
sustained.
Because it's beyond the scope.
Did you ask a doctor if he was competent to speak with you?
Again, those medical records, the doctors
No,
would
that's
not.
not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you if you talked to a doctor and said, is he competent to talk to us? Did you do that?
Mr. Harpootlian,
Would you just say yes or no, and we can move
I would
on?
like to ask the witness allowed to answer the question and object to the form.
The answer to the question, yes or no.
could you repeat the question?
Did you speak to one of his physicians or any medical personnel and ask them if he was competent to speak with you in the
He's
hospital?
losing his mind this
I
morning.
did not.
Okay. Now, let's look at part of the records that are in evidence. And there was drug testing done on this day, correct?
Again, they did not discuss with me his medical records. Mr. Harpootlian, they didn't talk to me about his medical records.
And you didn't ask them, did you? Did you ask them?
The testing that was.
He's now
ask them?
We
argumentative.
did not ask to discuss
Okay.
specific aspects of Mr. Murdaugh's medical condition.
Because of
We
HIPAA.
had to subpoena the records with a court order to have access to them.
Because
We
there's
will not discuss
rules.
openly his medical records with us.
They won't.
Did you ask a doctor? That's repetitive. But if you had asked a doctor, they would have told you, according to these records,
Calls for
that he was
speculation.
positive for barbiturates and positive for
Calls for speculation.
opioids. Would they not?
They would have told us they,
Objection sustained.
Were you, according to the records that are in evidence, were you aware that he was on opioids and he had a positive test for opioids and benzos?
once we have
Notice.
subpoenaed
Would you
the,
please answer the yes or no?
No, I'm pausing
Once
you.
we got
Shut
the
up,
records,
Dick.
Would
we
you
learned
answer
if-
yes
Dick,
or no?
Dick, shut the fuck up for a second. Here's the thing that I think should be objected to and discussed. Harpootlian argued to the court that those were things that the doctors gave to Alec Murdaugh. Argued to the court that those were things that the doctors gave to Alec. So for him to then argue or question in a way that makes it seem as if this defendant was taking those things before he went to the hospital to substantiate his drug addiction is arguing out of both sides of his mouth. And he's literally blocked from doing that based on the rules. He just argued to the court that the doctors gave him those. And this is on recross, so the prosecution doesn't have another chance to do it. This has gotten very fiery this morning. Dick is very feisty. I mean, the judge is just going to lose his mind. So, all right, let's go. Meds given ASAP will show in labs. Exactly. And Dick already argued that to the court. So he can't turn around and argue it back to the witness that Alec took those things. He can't do it. He can't do it. He can bring in the doctor, but it is illegal, not illegal. It is against the rules of court and principles of law for him to do that. Okay, let's see what happens.
Your Honor, I would object to him badgering the witness. The witness is entitled to answer the question.
You may respond as you see fit. Go ahead.
At the
Shut up,
time
Dick.
of September 4th, we did not ask the medical doctors or the medical professionals any information about his condition because they would not discuss it with us. So if I had asked,
'Cause there's
they
laws.
would not have discussed it. So we did not ask. When we obtained the medical records through court order, we were able to review them and learn after the fact the diagnosis.
Would you still have, if you'd had the medical records, would you have still gone forward with questioning, knowing he had opioids and benzodiazepines in his blood system?
At that point, he was a victim of a crime.
I would have questioned him.
He was the only witness to a shooting that we were currently investigating. I would have asked those questions, and when I found that they were consistent with the two other statements he had already given, it would have allowed us to move forward with the investigation.
Beg the court's indulgence.
No, just stop, man. Just stop. You've pushed a bridge too far at this point.
Thank
Dick.
you.
You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Completely
Call your
inappropriate.
next witness.
It doesn't seem to fucking
May it please
matter.
the court, Your Honor. The state calls Special Agent Peter Rudofski.
Please, God, be a timeline witness. Poot looks pissed because he wanted to get more information in with that witness than he was allowed to get in. But bring your own witnesses. It's not like the defense doesn't have their entire case in chief to
Do
come.
you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth shall help you God? If you would please be seated, state your full name for the record, and spell your last name, okay? Thank you.
Let me guess, you work for SLED.
Special Agent Peter Rudofski, that's Rudofski, and it's pronounced Rudolph and then ski.
Rudofski.
Agent Rudofski, how you doing
Got
today?
it.
I'm doing good, how are you?
I'm
Like,
good.
let me give you a pronunciation
if you would,
guide.
Tell the jury just a little bit about yourself. Give us a little quick history of where you grew up, where you went to school, and how you ultimately ended up with your current position, please.
I'm originally from Oakland County, Michigan, Metro Detroit area. Became a reserve deputy in
Jojo, I'll answer this when we have a
2015,
break.
reserve officer with Bay City Department of Public Safety while I was attending Saginaw Valley State University to get my bachelor's degree. I then went on to work at Oakland County Sheriff's Office as a special deputy. Graduated in 2017 at Saginaw Valley State University with a criminal justice degree. And then in 2017, moved to South Carolina, worked for the Department of Public Safety. In 2020, came to the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, where I am currently. Began in the undercover vice unit, worked in the undercover vice unit until October of 22, where I currently am a special agent assigned to investigative services.
All right, and that was when again?
That was October of 22 is when I have my new position.
At some point in that position in SLED Investigative Services, did you get involved?
Oh, 'cause
in
you
the
were watching a
investigation
fight.
Of the
That's why your
murders of
heart's
Maggie and
racing,
Paul
Pam.
Murdaugh at Moselle.
I did. November of
Lots of a
21
fight.
is when I was brought on to assist the Low Country region with this case.
November of 21 or November of 22?
21.
And Let's talk a little bit more just about some of the experience you've had as a law enforcement officer. Have you had any experience with or had any training with using
Timelines?
the FBI CAST program?
I did. I took a basic 16-hour
have a
cell site
timeline?
analysis course, which allowed me to use their system CastViz, which
Cell
is
site?
what if you saw Matt Wild's presentation, the mapping system and the plotting, it allows me to use that system and kind of do a basic level operation of it.
I feel like this is going to be
And
the emotional like release
What has
from
been
how
your
fiery that all
primary
got.
focus of your involvement, at least, in the investigation after you got involved in November 2021? And to be fair, that was November 2021. You were not working in investigative services when Moselle event happened in June of 21. Is that correct?
That
Stacey
is
King,
correct.
So
congratulations.
when you came on in November of
On your all dressed
21,
chips.
what's kind of been one of your main focuses and main assignments?
The main focus was to take all of the various forms of data. There's, a
And
lot
make
of
a timeline,
phones,
and
a
make
lot
a
of different
timeline, and
data,
make a
take all
timeline.
of that and put it into a
Say
readable
you made a
timeline that you could start from, the beginning of the day to the end of the day and see everything with all those different phones and different, media sources all in one document.
I didn't want to count.
Stand by
I
for
didn't
me
want
just
to.
real quick.
I didn't want to count chickens, y'all. I've been too optimistic. All I want's a fucking timeline. I've been very optimistic about a timeline. Thank Jesus, there is a timeline. Thank you to the universe, to the force,
I'm going to show you what's
to
already
AWA.
been admitted into
We
evidence as a
have
defense exhibit.
a timeline.
Defense Exhibit 60 that was entered a long time ago in this trial. And do you recognize that? It's already in evidence.
I do.
All right, and what is that? Tell the jury what that is, please.
This would have been a rough draft or working draft of my timeline. I have a date of 1/12/23 at 3 p.m.
Is it
was an
color
updated time on
coded,
this.
All right,
sir?
and that was, who prepared that document, though, that was put in by the defense?
This was prepared by myself.
And was that provided to the defense a week or so or sometime prior to trial?
It was.
All right, and on that particular document, does it say that it is a working draft?
It does on the top here. It's going to have in yellow working draft. And then as you go through the document, it's going to have the same yellow on the top working draft and draft across.
So why
the
did they
document.
let the defense put
And
it
as
in?
you have, how long you been working on this document right here?
Roughly about a year on this document.
And as new data came in, new data's been analyzed from various sources that have been put forward to this jury, has that been incorporated into your timeline here?
It has.
All right, and since the time that this was initially prepared, has there been additional information added to it and that document continued to be worked on?
There has.
All right, and has that been
I
provided to
am-
the defense as well?
It has.
I am emotional. We've gotten here. We have a color-coded timeline with maps and cell site data. I saw a code. I saw a codex in there to key code the timeline. I don't know why they let the defense put in the working draft, but whatever.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 520
I'm so excited.
and see if you
If
recognize
this
this
sucks,
document.
I'm going to lose my mind. All of it. I will lose all of my mind. All of my mind will be lost.
I do. This is going to be the full timeline. This is going to be the latest copy.
Great.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as 519, and do you recognize that document?
Full timeline.
I do.
All right, and tell the jury what that is.
This is going to be a
My
condensed
heart's a Twitter.
timeline of this document here. Instead of having the whole day, it's going to have roughly from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. on June 7th,
2021?
2021.
Your Honor, at this time I would offer States 519 and 520 into evidence.
They
I
are
can't wait
admitted.
to see them. I can't wait till we get to see
All right,
them.
we're going to get back to those in a second.
Please don't stray too far. Please don't stray. We're here now. Creighton, just give us the timeline, man. Please let this be your last witness.
All right, now you mentioned before that you
We're
had
so tired,
some training
Creighton.
in using the FBI CAST program, is that correct?
That is correct.
And during the course of this investigation, actually fairly recently, did additional information come in related to what you've been working on?
That is correct.
And explain that to the jury. What information came in?
Creighton, we're so tired.
So on Friday, I received a call,
Which Friday?
would have been last Friday,
oh,
from Attorney General Conrad,
GPS.
that GM discovered some new data. I initially did a search warrant back in of March of last year. No data was returned to us from OnStar. We get
GM
a
was
call
like-
saying that they have data and that they're going to be sending it to me. I received an email on this past Saturday with 3 Excel files of data from GM.
All right, and tell the jury generally what was that data?
There was a lot of data in it. Mostly it was a lot of latitude and longitude plots. There was speed data in there, and a lot of data that when you start your car up, you might see like your engine lights and all that, those codes and stuff. A lot of the codes was on the data.
And for what vehicle was this for?
This is for the 2021 Suburban, driven by Alex Murdaugh.
Had GM previously responded to law enforcement inquiry that there was no such data?
That is correct. All we got was basic subscriber data for OnStar.
And when had they responded with that information?
I believe it was March 18th of 2022.
2022. And then during the course of this trial, they contacted and said, oh, wait, we found something.
That is correct.
Whoopsie doodle.
All right, and since that time, have you
We actually do have all that shit you were looking
downloaded
for.
that data
We just
into
didn't give it to
the
you.
CAS program and analyzed it in that fashion?
Weird.
I have the CAS data is pretty much a tool that you can take different latitude, longitude, and different kind of data points, put it in the system in an Excel file, and it pretty much plots it and paints a nice picture for you.
All right. And you, have you worked in this case as you've been synthesizing the data from various sources? Have you worked or synthesized the data that came from Engineer Falfusky with the FBI?
Yes, sir.
And remind the jury who Falfusky is again, please.
He is a vehicle engineer from the FBI out of Washington, D.C., and he's the one that took the telemetry unit out of Alex Murdaugh Suburban, and he took all the data and recreated that, the year-long process to get all the data extracted that
we
he previously
recall.
testified on.
All right, and is that telemetry data generally synthesized or summarized along with other data in your timelines that are admitted into evidence?
Yes, it is.
Can you compare for the jury the difference between what the telemetry that Engineer Falfusky did and the OnStar data that GM recently provided?
The biggest
This is so
difference you're going to
helpful.
see is on the telemetry data. If you remember, there was that Excel spreadsheet with all the different colors on it. It would show vehicle going into drive or park, moving, propulsion, that kind of stuff. The data we got back from OnStar is mostly a lot of latitude and longitude and speed and different kind of codes and whatnot. There wasn't really any location data in the FBI data. I don't believe there was any for that day. I believe it was all before. But we have mostly, GPS coordinates and whatnot. That's the biggest difference that you're going to see between the reports.
All right. And was the OnStar data recently received generally consistent with the telemetry data that had been developed by the FBI and Falfusky?
It was,
Just more specific.
just more specific.
All right, I'm going to show
'Cause
you
it's
what's
their
been marked
data.
as States 524 to this trial and see if you recognize this document.
I do.
All right, and tell the jury what this is, please.
This was a presentation I created that is based on the GM OnStar data that was received last week for 6/7 of 21 for a 2021 Chevrolet Suburban.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer in the evidence States 524.
Submitted.
Okay. I can't wait till we start getting into what's in the exhibits, not just the fact that the exhibits exist. Creighton, we're all patiently waiting. We want him to just read the entire timeline
All
with
right,
the
I'm
pictures.
all right. If I could have a computer input, please.
I want you to put the pictures up. I want to go through a PowerPoint. Can we do a
I'm
PowerPoint?
going to go ahead and put Exhibit 524 up on the screen, the
Good.
one we just admitted.
We're going to get to see it. This is going to be the rest of today, I think. I'm very excited about this. Because then we'll actually be able to say, oh, well, those all have reasonable explanations. Or, oh, those things don't have reasonable explanations. At least we'll all be singing from the same sheet of music on what this timeline is instead of trying to piece it together through testimony. I'm very happy. Hopefully the technology works, because the judge has got about 30 seconds before he excuses the jury. You know that's true, Creighton. If it doesn't work, he's going to send the jury out for a break.
524, the exhibit we just put into evidence.
That is correct.
All right, and that's your name up there, and it's got the CAS program and everything, is that right?
That is correct.
All right, moving
It's a
on to this next slide.
PowerPoint.
Can you see all right up there?
I can.
All right, if your little screen becomes hard to see, just let me know, and we can have you come down here
Yeah.
and look at the big one. All right, what's up on this slide? Tell us what this represents to the jury.
What you're going to see up on the slide is going to be 3 file names that we received from GM. These are all 3 Excel files. This is what they were labeled to us from GM.
And what does this slide reflect?
This is an overview. Do you mind if I step down?
Yeah.
Point out? This is going to be an overview.
Chat,
slide
you're so
here.
excited. I'm so
Top point
excited.
is going to be Moselle,
I'm so
Moselle House
excited.
property. Bottom left, we're going to have Hampton. Far right is going to be Almeda. There are 4,820
Don't teach
data
demonstratives
points
in law school.
that make up these lines here. When you
400
zoom
and
in
how
a-
many?
A couple more slides, you're going to see the individual
Oh,
dots.
4,000.
This is kind of like an overlay of all of those dots. But just for reference, that's where we're at in the map.
And just very quickly, tell the jury, when we're talking about these dots, is that what the CAS report did? Is plot the dots based on the data provided by GM OnStar?
That is correct.
Y'all, we have a
Each
map.
dot's going to represent a latitude and longitude.
Did you have to manually enter in all 4,820, or how does that work?
I did not. The nice thing about the CAS system is it takes the Excel, you put it all in an Excel spreadsheet, and it does all that for you. Kind of like Google Earth would do in comparison.
All right, this next slide, what is that?
This is the same slide, it's just showing on a different, the last one was like a Google Earth kind of view photo. This is just a regular like map photo. It kind
It
of just
does-
says, you know, the
it does
location's
look
a
like
little
it's
bit
trying to
easier
run
read.
away.
You got Hampton, Almeda, then you can see Islandton.
All right. Go on to this slide, is this just a general representation where you can see some of the individual dots?
That's really helpful.
This is going to be the general overview of Moselle. Each little dot is going to either have a single set of data points or multiple set of data points. And this is for the whole day. This is not just for a certain time period. This is going to be for the whole day of June 7th, 2021.
And this is
And then
plotting
generally, what
the
does this represent?
This is
GM.
going to represent in Hampton, around the law firm. Each dot is either a single set of data points or multiple set of data points.
I don't think
It's just
Alec
kinda
knew they would
zoomed
have
in
this
photo
data.
From what we saw previously.
And that's the defendant's former law firm?
That is correct.
All right. And what
I
does
love
this
the way
represent?
Creighton leans into former.
This is going to be the Almeda property that's been referred to previously. And this is just showing a overview of all the dots for that day.
All right, we're about to get in some slides that have very specific references to dots. And just generally, what are you
Almeida's
about to go
the
through
mom's
with the
property.
jury as the specific
I
data
wonder if
points
he's
that you're
out
about to
near-
write to them?
So for this presentation, we're going to go through all the different drives that occurred that day.
I don't think
You're
he
gonna
was
have a data
riding around
point
with Paul
and
in
a
the
slide that's going to show you the
Suburban.
beginning, a couple slides during the drive, and then at the end.
I thought he was riding around with
And we're gonna
Paul
have a
in
couple
the
different drives
in one
that
of the
we'll be
like
walking through.
Polaris things, one of the UTV ATVs.
All right, tell, now we're at this slide. What is the title of this slide?
This is Alex leaving for work.
What time?
And tell the jury, what image do we see right here on the screen?
So what you're looking at, this is going to be the property 4147 Moselle Road. This is going to be the main entrance, and you can see underneath the little box is going to be the house. You're going to see on the date, it's going to say June 7th, 2021, and this plot is going to be 120647.
So he left for work at
Now,
noon.
what time the Suburban got underway, according to the GM OnStar data?
That is correct. It does match up.
Moving to this next slide, what does this represent?
This next slide is representing his vehicle making a right onto Moselle Road during his drive.
All right, what time is that?
The time is 12:07:40 p.m.
All right, come on down here if you would, just real quick, and explain to the jury this box, and in particular, if there's a little arrow on this box, point that out to them so that they can understand specifically what's being referenced with the blue and white box.
The carrot.
So anytime you see a blue box here, it's a little hard to see, but the little
I'm leaving it on
that
this feed
triangle
so
down
we
here,
have the large,
that's where it's pointing to on
the large map.
which red dot it is referring to. So anytime you see the box, look for that little triangle, and that's going to tell you the area
Little
that the
triangle
vehicle,
right
the
there.
latitude, longitude correlates with.
Little triangle right at the bottom of the box.
So this little blue triangle right there is what we're talking about?
That is correct.
And it's pointing to that little red dot there, is that right?
That's correct.
And we're not going to go through all 4,820 dots, but just representative dots of these various trips, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right.
I just want to point out quickly, you might see a couple other data points. That could be for another trip. Sometimes they have the same latitude and longitude, but different times. So you might see a couple different data points, but that's the explanation for that.
All right, and then the one that's highlighted, though, is the one that's, the information's being referred to right there. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And right here, we see what?
You see June 7th, 2021,
All right, and then-
12:07 and 40
They did a lot of work.
PM.
They did a lot of work from Friday last week to Friday this week to get this done. Because
All right, before we move on to the next slide,
this is
what's the
not
car doing at this point in time?
anything that they
The
had
car is
before
moving.
Friday
And
last
what
week.
location is it? Just generally an orientation to the property,
Moselle Road coming out of that main gate,
that driveway?
main driveway.
Moving on to the next one, what does this represent?
This is 12:07:42, and this is representing, you're going to see a mile per hour is going to be the new line that just showed up. And this is showing 12 miles an hour the vehicle's traveling.
Generally, on these blue boxes, is the little arrow at the bottom, is that kind of in the center bottom? in
This
most
is the
of these
little arrow
blue
at the
boxes,
bottom
blue and
showing
white
which
boxes?
arrow
That
it's
is correct.
pointing to.
Right, and some of the
down there.
entries have a miles per hour reading, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's being recorded by the vehicle and by GM OnStar?
And it's being uploaded to their servers.
All right, and so what was the speed of the defendant's vehicle at this time?
Approximately 12 miles an hour.
I imagine Jim Griffin's going to be like, well, you're not telling this jury that this means he committed a murder, right?
Now,
And
on,
then sit
Here,
down.
it's in reference to miles per hour, because we're Americans. But the data that you got, what unit
I
was it
did
in?
not
Kilometers.
have Creighton basically
did
saying
you, convert
America
that data to
in the
miles
middle
per
of
hour?
this.
In an Excel spreadsheet, yes.
But okay.
And just plugged in what
Because
the
we're
conversion is, and it
Americans.
converted to miles per
Okay,
hour.
Yeah, you
Creighton.
just do the equal sign, then you do the conversion, and it converts for you.
All right. All right, going on to this next slide. Is this still on the trip that morning to the law, or that afternoon to the law firm?
That is correct.
I know we'll get back to
And,
the kennel
very
data
quickly,
points.
tell the jury where we're at.
We are still on Moselle Road. We're past the Godley Farms Road, which would be another reference point.
I know, I'm excited to
that's
see
the rest
speed,
of us
because
up
if
here
he
at the top.
slows down
That is
later,
correct.
All right, that's the kennels way up at the very top.
That is correct.
All right, what is the
Oh, Barbara might be
date and
crossing.
time
That
of
would be
this,
good.
reading?
12:08:30, and that is showing approximately 55 miles an hour.
we'll see if the car slows down on the way to mom's, won't we?
All right, tell me about
I
this next
see-
one.
This is still on the drive to the law firm. This is showing at 12:16 on the dot, and we're showing approximately 60 miles an hour driven.
And where is the arrow on this particular one?
So on this box, the arrow's actually going to be on top, and it's pointing to one of the data points.
The arrow's
Speed again?
60.
Approximately 60 miles an hour.
Okay, Creighton.
Going on to slide 13 for the record, what does this reflect?
This is reflecting coming into Hampton to the law firm. And this is actually, if you look, it's pretty much right on top of the law firm. It's 12:21:37, and we have no speed associated.
Yeah, we've definitely waited 20 days,
All
but
right, and then the next
actually,
slide, slide 14.
them waiting gave them time to get the
This
GM
is
data.
12:24:06
So-
with no speed reported. This is when he's arriving. This is the last data point I could find.
All right, so he's arrived at work at that time, correct?
That is correct.
12:46?
12:24:06.
Going to this next slide, explain to the jury what this is, and we're slide 15 for the
So after each drive, we're going to have a slide that's going to show a max speed from all the data sets on Excel. The max speed for his drive from Moselle to the law firm that morning was 12:13:19. The max speed was 65.8 miles per hour.
Okay.
And the average speed of that whole drive was 37.24 miles an hour. And that time was at 12:13:19 during his drive.
I don't know why it matters. I have no shade for somebody speeding.
All right, we're moving now to
is-
slide 16. Tell the
He's
jury
on his
what
way to
this
work at
represents.
noon. Of course he's
This one's
going
going to represent
60.
Alex leaving work at the law firm, heading to his house. It shows at
6:24.
6:24:18, and it shows him going 8 miles an hour, just starting to leave.
PM
PM,
and the speed,
approximately 8 miles an hour.
going on to slide 17.
You got to go 8 miles an hour.
This
so
one's
everybody
showing
can
at
see you.
6:26:54 PM. It's showing his Suburban going approximately 42 miles an hour on his drive home. The arrow is going to be on the top right.
And
It
the
might
speed?
be cut off a
I
little
don't
bit.
think the defense expected all this
42 miles an
data.
hour.
They're going to make
All
it
right,
work
and
for them.
then, is that the arrow right there?
That is correct.
All right, at the top,
The top of the screen.
about 42 miles an hour.
That is correct.
Slide 18, what does this reflect?
This is going to reflect at Alex arriving home at 6:42:54 with a miles per hour of 0. This is one of the last data points that without speed.
6:42 PM arriving back at the residence,
That is correct.
and the arrow is pointing to what?
The residence.
Look at that time,
A little bit to the side, that's the residence right there.
6:42:54.705 p.m.
All right, and tell the jury, now on slide 19, what does this represent?
So this is going to be from his drive home from the law firm to Moselle. It represents at 6:34:01 during his drive.
Now I'm
The
curious
max
to see
speed
if
obtained
he
was
speeds
54.4
elsewhere.
miles per hour. The average speed
So if they're
during this
trying to
drive was
establish a pattern.
41.39 miles an hour. And you can see the location somewhere off of, I believe, 63.
Driving home, what was his max speed?
54.4 miles per hour was the max speed driving home.
I'm interested why this matters to them.
All right, slide 20.
All right, so now we're at where Alex is leaving for Alameda. This is going to be 9:07:06 p.m.
Okay. And again, we'll go through the timeline in a bit, but is this generally consistent with some of the telemetry data that Falfosky did?
It is
Suburban goes underway at what time?
9:07:06 according to this data.
Does it change speed on the way there?
Moving on to the next slide.
Like previous slides.
Where's the Suburban at this point?
Like previous slides, this is going to be the Suburban pulling out onto Moselle Road, coming right out of the main entrance, going about 15 miles an hour. This is going to be at 9:08:06.
What do we have right here?
This is going to be 9:08:18 with speeds approximately 37 miles an hour.
Where's the Suburban heading at this point?
Towards Alameda.
All right, slide 23. We have a reference point here. Can you explain what that is to the jury?
So the orange dot, that's going to represent approximately where Maggie Murdaugh's phone was located the following day on June 8th, 2021.
All right, and do we have a time reference for the Suburban at this time?
We do. It's going to be 9:08:36 seconds, and it's showing a speed of 42 miles an hour.
That's not slow.
Moving on to the next one. Tell the jury what this is.
In the grayish white-looking box, you can still see the little circle where it says Maggie Murdaugh's phone location, and right under it's where the pinpoint's
That's not
gonna
slowing
be.
down.
It's going to be 9:08:36, 42 miles an hour.
Next slide, 25. Slide 25.
The upper halfway portion of that box, you're going to see the circle again, the orange circle.
If
That's
you're
gonna be
calling
Maggie
from
Murdaugh's
42 to
phone.
45 a slow
And at
down,
9:08:42,
Creighton, I will yell at you.
We have the Suburban traveling approximately 45 miles an hour.
After passing that location, does the defendant's vehicle start to accelerate?
It does.
How much does it
Going
accelerate?
to slide 26. Tell us
Three
what
miles
this
an hour
references.
isn't that
We
much.
also have Maggie Murdaugh's phone location. This is just another data point. There's several throughout the road. This one is showing 9:08:54, 44 miles an hour.
Slide 27.
This is going to show you another overview of this data point in location to Maggie Murdaugh's phone. 9:08:54, 44 miles an hour.
So that's a consistent speed. I would argue that's a
Slide 28.
consistent speed.
This one's further down the road past Godley Farms Road, just for a reference point. This is 9:09:06, traveling 48.6 miles per hour.
Slide 29.
This is another data point in reference to where the phone location is. 9:09:18
Yeah, it
PM,
doesn't seem like he's in a
traveling
hurry
49
to me.
miles per hour.
And slide 30.
This is going to be another data point at 9:09:18, traveling approximately 52 miles an hour.
Slide 31.
This is also going to be another one on Moselle Road, coming up to Dobson Road. It's going to be 9:09:24 PM, traveling approximately
However,
52
you don't
miles
know
an
where
hour.
on that road the speed changes from 45
And
to
then slide
50 or
32.
This is
55.
also going to be another data point on that
Or if it
road,
does.
9:09:42,
So,
traveling
that's
approximately
a pretty
54
consistent
miles an
speed for
hour
me.
on Moselle Road.
All right, going to slide 33 has our sort of map orientation changed?
I'll be interested to
has.
see
This
if
is
the
still
speeds
on
are
the drive to
consistent
Alameda.
on the way home.
I believe this is going to be 63 or Snyder's Highway
going
or
very quick
Baltimore
now.
Highway. This is at 9:13:30 PM, showing a speed of 68 miles an hour on that drive to
That's
Alameda.
fast
All right.
for a 2-lane road. I imagine the speed limit is not above 55 there, if above 45.
And I'm going back to slide 3.
But the
real
local
quick.
jury will know better if that is fast for that area or not. But that seems a little quick. 68 seems a little quick.
And
But he was driving
slide
that way
we
into
were
work
just
too, the
seeing
other
when
direction.
The orientation changes.
work
Can you
went
come
the
down
other
real
way.
quick and kind of describe generally what we were looking at when we started, and then the where we're at on that slide that we were just about to look at?
All right, so where we started on this drive would have been right up here, 4147 Moselle Road. Sure everyone see it? 4147 Moselle Road. This would have been Moselle Road that we just showed all those data points. Would have made a right onto Dobson Road and then a right onto 63 Snyder's Highway. It's approximately somewhere around here on Snyder's Highway where that data point we just looked at.
All right, returning to slide 33.
They haven't said the speed limit at all. I imagine it's around 55 out there.
Right there is going to be approximately where the data point is at.
Okay. And what's the speed there?
68.7 miles per hour.
The chat has reminded me that fast is
Going on to
subjective.
slide 34.
Fast is subjective, depending on conditions, road.
This is going to be at 9:14:36, showing approximate speed of 69.4 miles per hour.
If they try to make a lot out of that
It's gonna be at
speed,
the top.
I don't know if I'm here for it. I really don't. I really don't know if I'm here for it. It could
Moving
be a
on to slide
lot of
35.
things.
This is going to be at 9:16:48, showing approximately 70 miles an hour. It's going to be the top portion of your screen here.
If
coming
he's
into
going from
Barnville.
50 to
All right, and
30,
down at the
back
bottom
to
center of
50
the
in
screen,
close
what is that?
proximity, maybe.
Right here.
That is going to be the Almeda property, and
We'll
just to
see.
reference, this is going to be coming into Barnville.
We'll see on the way back.
Right here, what
If
do we
it's
have on
consistent.
slide 36?
This is going to be the Almeda property. You can kind of see it behind the other record part, but it's showing at 9:22:06. His Suburban's pulling, making a left into the Almeda property.
Slide 37, what do we see here? First of all, orient the jury as to what the map image reflects.
This is the
and
Almeda
then
property.
Describe the data point, please.
So the map image is going to reflect, you're going to make a left into
It's true.
the
Maybe
driveway.
it's
There's a
me.
railroad track.
At that
I believe
time of
here.
night, I'm not going that
It's a
fast 'cause
curved
deer.
driveway coming in, and then right here is going to be the house. There's a little carport
I need to
right
be able to
here, and then the
stop.
driveway is this.
But also, you
whitish
don't know
part
if
where
you're
you see
you're
the
stuck
street.
behind something.
And then up
either.
here, generally in the property, we can see a roof and that sort of thing. What generally are those?
Those are going to be some outbuildings.
We've all been
on the
stuck
property.
behind those
The
drivers.
trees are kind of, there's a decent amount of trees right here, but there's, I believe,
Can
two
you move
outbuildings.
that to
This
show us the
white
outbuildings?
area right here just above the house, what is
Move
that?
this.
That's going to be
Move that thing.
where you would park. It's a paved area in front of the carports.
Where do the data points reflect the Suburban going, though, when it arrives?
The data points for the Suburban, it looks like it went toward, like, a little bit into the grass, closer to the wood line over here. And that's going to be at
Keeps getting on my
9:22:39.
fingers.
Closer to the wood line and the outbuildings?
That'd be correct.
It was raining off and on.
All right, and again, what time is the arrival at Alameda?
9:22:39. And this is just, so that this right here is going to be a better overview without the
Thank you.
The box.
box. You can see right here is going to be the driveway leading in.
So the
This is
driveway
where
is
a
the
carport
paved
would be, where the
area,
vehicles would be parked, and then
right
this is the main
there.
house here. Then you have your outbuildings.
and then the outbuildings. The outbuildings look like they're over here.
Right here, we have kind of a
Not
line of data
here.
points right there in the grassy area behind the house.
We do.
Did
All
you
right,
ever
going on to
search back
slide
there?
39.
No.
Tell the jury what those calculations represent, please.
So this is going to represent the drive from Moselle to Almeda. During that drive, the Suburban reached a max speed of 74.4 miles per hour during that drive and averaged 51.94 miles per hour. And this is the data point with the highest speed obtained.
Was that top speed higher than any speed he achieved when he went to work earlier that day?
That is correct.
Is that average speed higher than any average speed he had when he went to work that day?
That is
Y'all,
correct.
I don't know if that is nearly
Or
enough.
returned
Okay.
from work?
That's correct.
But that goes both ways. Maybe he's worried about his mom because his dad's in the hospital. I don't know. He's going fast isn't going to get me there, Creighton. It's just not going to do it. I don't know. So, that night, Alec had to
Max speed again
call
is
to
what
be
on the
let
trip
in.
to Alameda?
He had to call
74.4 miles per hour.
Miss Shelley.
And the time again that he
9.
arrived?
At Almeda,
Yes.
I believe it's going to be 9.
Creighton, if your best evidence is he
Let me
drove
back up
70
to
miles an hour, we've got problems.
Back up to?
Big, big, big problems.
9:22:39. So 9:22:39, he reached his max speed at 9:14:13.
It does,
2021 at 9:22 p.m.
Chad,
is
it
the dark.
absolutely confirms Miss
That is
Shelley's
correct.
testimony that he was there 20 minutes. Absolutely does.
All right,
I just
we're going
think
on to
them
slide 40. Please
Banging
tell the
on
jury
about
what this
speed
represents.
maybe is
This is going to represent
silly.
at 9:43:18. This is when we first saw movement. And this would be Alex leaving Alameda en route back to 4147 Moselle Road. It's showing approximately 2 miles an hour.
All right, and the
Makes
time
sense.
again?
9:43:18.
The arrival time that you just testified?
That's correct.
What was the arrival time that you testified?
9:22,
And he's leaving at what time?
9:43.
I thought it was
So approximately how
9:32.
long?
20 minutes.
That
Going
just
on to
confirms
slide
what Miss Shelley
41,
said.
let me ask you this. Does the data reflect that that the car pauses for a period of time while in that driveway area of Alameda?
It does, about halfway between, on the driveway.
Come on down and show the jury if you will. I just sent you back, I'm sorry.
So halfway during, on this, so this is the driveway right here.
The 911 call is at 10:06. I'll be
This is
very
the driveway,
interested
just
where
for
the car
reference.
is at 10:06.
We see what looks like a data point, I believe, right here. And if we click on that data point, it's going to be about a minute until this data point will show up leaving the property.
All right, and then
Oh,
on
we
slide
all- we all knew
41,
Miss Shelley
we
was
have
right.
what's the time stamp that you have on that one? And show the arrow to the jury too, please.
Yep, 9:45:22, and the arrow is going to be all the way down at the bottom, right across the railroad tracks, turning onto Yemassee Highway.
At 9:45.
That is correct, 9:45:22.
So the car stops right by the railroad tracks.
All right, moving on to slide 42. Please tell the jury what this data point represents.
Okay.
This slide's going to show you the drive back from Alameda to Moselle. This is just a data point on Yemassee Highway. It's 9:46:01, and on this one, doesn't have a
Yeah,
speed.
pausing by the train tracks is interesting.
Going to slide 43.
This is also going
Orient the jury.
Pausing for a train would take
So on
generally
the
more
bottom,
than
you
a
have
minute, though.
Alameda, going through Varnville, and then heading up to Moselle. This is at 9:51:30. This is showing approximate speed of 74 miles an hour. It's going to be the top portion of that box.
That's the arrow at the top center.
That's correct.
And
Slide
you guys,
44.
I'm just
Please,
giving my
tell the jury
impression
what
as
this
we
data
go.
point
This is how I'm thinking through
Top
as
of
we're
the
seeing
map,
these
you're going to
points.
see Moselle.
They will
This is going
tie
to be
it
on
together.
63. This is going to be at 9:54:24.
That orange dot is where Maggie's
We have
phone is.
approximately 70 miles an hour.
And the arrow is located
It'll be
where?
more
It's
interesting
gonna
if he
be on the
drops
bottom.
from 70 to 30, right where that phone is. That would be
Slide
very
45.
interesting.
What do you have right here?
This is going to be at 9:59:18. This is Moselle Road coming up to Godley Farms Road for reference.
So that's slowing down
Top portion on the
again.
left is going to be the Moselle property. This is at 9:59:18, showing a speed of 57 miles an hour.
All right, we've moved on to slide 46. Tell me about that one, please.
So this is going to
they
be
skipped
the
right over
arrival
where
into
Maggie's
Moselle.
phone
This is
was.
showing 10 o'clock on the dot,
Huh.
showing 7 miles an hour, making a left into the main driveway.
10 o'clock on the dot.
So
That
nothing.
is correct.
And slide 47.
This is about 30 seconds later. This is 10 o'clock. This is about halfway down the driveway of the main house, showing 22 miles an hour.
All right, slide 48. Tell the jury about calculations reflected on this slide.
So this is going to be from his drive back from Alameda to Moselle Road. The max speed that was obtained during that drive was at 9:51, 43 seconds, was 80 miles an hour. The average speed was 46.52 miles an hour during that
Okay.
drive.
Is that average speed going to also, though, include that minute where the car paused at the driveway in Alameda?
That's correct.
The pausing at the driveway is
Top speed was
interesting.
what?
80.16 miles an hour.
And at this time period, would it have been dark outside?
It would.
Let me ask you this. You're a law enforcement officer that works in this area of the state, correct?
What's the
That's
speed
correct.
limit?
And have you, during the course of your law enforcement career, have to respond to emergencies or call for services and that sort of thing?
That is correct.
All right, and this particular road that we've been talking about, these roads, have they recently been paved?
They have.
And was that after the murders occurred on June 7th, 2021?
They were.
Or were you familiar with the condition of the roads and what they were like on that route prior
This
to
is
them being
showing,
repaved?
I am.
All right, and tell the jury
Were
what
they
running code
shit?
is. If you have an emergency or a call for service, an emergency, what is running code?
Running code is where you activate your blue lights and siren, and you go above the posted speed limit at a safe fashion to get to your arrival in a safe manner.
That's when the cops turn on the lights and they're heading to the scene.
That's
Yep,
what he
blue
just
lights and
said.
sirens.
All right, and you're traveling as fast as you possibly can and still be reasonably safe, is that correct?
That is correct.
And have you had call prior to this road being paved to run code down that road?
That's correct.
All right.
What was that like?
Would you at night, or did you ever at night, on the roads as they existed at the time of June 7th, 2021, run in code with your lights on, run 80 miles an hour down that road?
I would not, no.
And why not? Tell the jury why not.
Due to the time of night, the heavy deer population out there, as everyone could probably see, I mean, deer will run out all the time.
They're-
And especially
they
with all your
just-
lights, it attracts the deer. So it's actually worse having your blue lights on sometimes. The deer actually are kind of attracted to that light. And then also the road conditions, the road was, was a lot of potholes and
Was the
A country road
defendant's
pothole is like no other
top
pothole in the
speeds
world. It
on
will
both the
swallow
trip to
you.
and from Alameda in excess of any max speed in his trips previous in the day?
that'd be correct. Posted speed limit is 55 on 63.
And it took, we
All right,
did see
we're
it take
going on
law
now to
enforcement
slide
quite a while to
49,
get to the house.
and tell the jury what this represents.
This is going to be a timestamp of 10:05:06 PM, and this is showing Alex Murdaugh leaving for the kennels.
And where's the dot on this particular slide?
The dot's going to be on the bottom towards the middle, right by the house.
Moving on to slide 50, tell me what this represents.
This is also showing the drive over to the kennels. The timestamp of this is 10:05:39.
And where's the arrow?
911 calls
The
at
arrow is going to be on the
10:06.
bottom. You kind of see it by the field.
All right, going on to slide 51, what does this represent?
This is just saying the max speed was obtained 28 miles an hour at 10:05:49
What?
during that trip.
On the property? He's going 30 on his property? Huh.
And then slide 52.
This is showing the Suburban arriving at the kennels, 10:05:57 PM.
Seems,
And backing up still on slide 52, can you remind the jury, and we'll talk more about this with the timeline in a minute, but generally what time was the 911 call?
10:06.
we've reminded the
do
chat
not know the
several
seconds.
times.
And to your recollection, during the 911 call, did the defendant say he was returning back to the residence during that 911 call?
He did.
All right, and so we're on slide 53, what does this reflect?
This would be him heading back to the house around 10:11:54.
All right, slide 54.
This is just also showing him driving back to the house at 10:12:18 PM.
Slide 55.
It's just another slide at 10:12:30 PM, showing 32 miles an hour.
I'll need to go back and look at how long he
Where's
was
the
at the
dot?
house.
The dot is going to be on the bottom, and it's going to be on the main drive to the house.
Slide 56.
This is going to be at 10:13:54, showing 2 miles an hour, and it's right next to the house.
All right, slide 57.
This is just showing on that max speed from going from the kennels back to the house was at 10:12:19, and the Suburban reached 35.78 miles an hour approximately.
Slide 58.
This is just showing the drive back down to the kennels. This is during the 911 call at 10:14:30 p.m., showing approximately 24 miles an hour.
And then the final slide in this exhibit, what is that?
This is just showing the max speed at 10:14:25 of 30 miles an hour during that drive.
Does that complete your placing of those GM OnStar data points into the CAS program and these slides that you relayed to the jury?
It does.
Your Honor, about to move on to another exhibit that's lengthy. This might be a good time. I would request or suggest a break at this time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen,
All
we'll
right,
take
morning
a
break.
at this time. Please
I'm
do
gonna
not
zoom
discuss the
to
case.
catch up because I had paused a couple times to yell at attorneys mostly because it was needed. So I think the timeline so far this morning has been very helpful. I'm going to answer some questions while the court is on break, but don't forget, y'all need to take a stretch break. We're going to take a stretch break together. Oh, it's been a fiery morning. I've got my coffee. I didn't even ask y'all to let me know what you're drinking and where you're coming in from. It's way too late to roll the intro this morning. We're just not going to roll it. So Becky asked the questions everybody's asking. Doesn't this support Alec's timeline? I honestly don't think the attorneys are fighting that much on a timeline. I don't think they're fighting the timeline. Oh, my in-ears are pulling on my head. I don't think the attorneys are fighting that much on a timeline. The timeline, the defense is going to argue, is too tight to commit these murders, clean up, ditch the guns. And we saw Jim Griffin doing that in his very good cross-examination of the lead investigator yesterday. So you're saying that he was up at the kennels, committed the murders, cleaned up, ditched the clothes, ditched the guns, got in his car and went to Alameda and did all of that in like 15 minutes? All right. And the prosecution is saying, yep, he was up at they're focusing on he lied, but he was up at the kennels. He committed the murders. That doesn't take very long. Cleaned up, ditched the clothes, ditched the guns, stopped for a minute, leaving Alameda, got back to the house, peeked to see if anybody was at the house, hauled ass back up to the kennels. It seems odd to me to drive 30 on property. But maybe that's just their custom. Maybe it's that far. I don't know. Hauled ass back up and then immediately called the police. Doesn't seem to have much time to go and check the bodies, but also we know the condition of Paul's body was such that it would be readily apparent that his injuries were incompatible with life. So it goes both ways, and the timeline goes both ways. I think there's evidence that he took a shower, but when? But yes, that's what we heard from Blanca, that somebody had showered. The thing is, we don't know if he showered before he left to go to Alameda, or if after law enforcement left that night, he showered and then went to stay elsewhere, because he did not stay at Moselle that night. And that it was then seen in the morning that he showered after law enforcement left. It's unclear. It happened at some point. So, except on the 911, he said he had checked them. He did say that. He said a lot of things that aren't true. I just don't know if it will be enough. The phone and the Suburban are leaving at the exact same time. I want to look back at Maggie's phone. I'm sure it'll connect here, but we'll see. I think here's the thing with this timeline from my perspective. If the jury is inclined to feel that he's guilty, this timeline will support a feeling that he's guilty. If the jury is inclined to think that he is not guilty, this timeline will support a belief that he is not guilty. And that is the problem with almost every piece of evidence in this case, is both of them almost everything goes both ways. Truth be told said, seriously, whatever happened to sidebar? This courtroom is too small for sidebars, and the jury would hear, so they excuse the jury. They've done very few of them, so they excuse the jury to have those conversations outside the presence of the jury. Poot wanted to have them in the presence of the jury today and was arguing to the jury, which he will have time for in closing arguments, but he's doing it along the way. Poot got a whole bunch of evidence in today that's not proper evidence, but it's happened on both sides, and it's happened this whole trial. So at this point, I'm flustered with all the attorneys because I'm like, seriously, we're just doing that. shine on Emily working the hell out of this trial. Well, we're invested now, and it's crazy and it's wild, and we just can't stop. Kate, do we know the time of death? I think there's controversy over the time of death. Nobody asked the medical examiner, because why would you ask the medical examiner the time of death? Nobody asked the medical examiner the time of death. And we have when the phones stop. It's one of the only arguments so far by the prosecution for me that makes a ton of sense. When the phones going silent makes a ton of sense to me, especially with regard to Paul's phone. That makes sense. Paul was in the middle of active text conversations about not just a movie that he was going to watch with a girl, but also with Rogan Gibson, his bestie, about the puppy cash. They were in active communication and in the middle of a text conversation, and then it just goes silent. So, I think that that's a pretty good timeline. When Paul's phone goes silent, for me, is the closest to time of death. So within a minute of when Paul's phone locks forever, I think that's when the time of death is. That makes the most sense to me. And that's one of the things that I agree with the prosecution on. A lot of the other stuff, I'm like, I don't know about that. But Paul's phone, the defense is going to try to bring in another explanation for Paul's phone going silent. We've already seen it. The defense has been arguing, yeah, but when your phone's on low battery, don't you just stop using it more? And it seems from Paul's habits, no, he runs it till it dies and then plugs it back in. He doesn't stop using it more. So with that, I think the time of deaths are probably right around 8:49 p.m. I think that's the most reasonable on the time of death. The defense is going to try to push it back, I think. So 8:49 is when the phones are both locked and Maggie's phone is locked. We've got other things in this case that point towards he had to have known that this happened. The timing from him getting back to the kennels to calling 911 is very, very fast. And he tells 911 that he's checked them, that he's been up to it now, that it's bad. We've seen that. We've also seen the interview, all the police interviews where he says that he's never up there. And that might be what the jury hangs their hat on or not. There's just quite a lot there. Hillary says, I'm going to tell you anyway, donut shop vanilla latte K-cup, so good. Cheers. I have a very big scone here this morning, but it's been messy on my fingers. Ricky said, y'all talk about TikTok and surveillance, but the amount of information our phone car track is scary. Yep. At this point, I'm questioning my coffee machine too. Oh yeah, your coffee machine is spying on you. I completely agree. I'm not actually being facetious. It logs all that stuff if it's digitized. All of our things in our home log what we do. Yes, TikTok knows a scary amount about us and what's on our phone, but so do our phones, so do our cars, and so does everything else. But this case, I think the GM data gives both sides a lot of really powerful evidence in this case. And both sides, I think, will make the most out of the GM data. The fact that GM was like, we don't have any of that data, and then they do, is fucking wild to me. And I think the jury, we'll see how much the jury thinks Alec telling two witnesses to remember it differently, how powerful that is to them, because that's pretty powerful to me. Does that mean he pulled the trigger? Does it mean he's involved? For me, we've gotten to, there's no way he's not involved. It makes me feel like they're involved. The attorney's behavior might push the jury. The attorneys being in that interview with law enforcement and answering the questions for Alec in a way that you normally only see with a proffer. And then Poot's behavior this morning was almost defensive. It was very, very interesting. And that might also make the jury be like, what the hell are you hiding? Does Cousin Eddie have an alibi for the night Maggie and Paul were murdered? The law enforcement said that they cleared Cousin Eddie. I've seen part of the police interview with Cousin Eddie, and he says he has an alibi, but I don't remember exactly. It feels like it's still hanging, doesn't it? One Brief Matter should be the documentary name. Yes, one brief matter. I think the documentary name should be Bring the Jury or May It Please the Court. Maybe May It Please the Court is the name of the book I will write after this fucking trial because I have aged 100 years. This is wild. And if I write a book on how to do trial advocacy, I will call it May It Please the Court. And I will say, look, the most important thing in a trial ever is a clear, concise narrative, a story. This is what the evidence will show, story. And then you show it with every single witness. And that is something that the prosecution has not done easily. Fancy Pants. Hello, Heather Dubrow. Good to see you in the chat. I don't see it as them trying to help AM cover anything up. Why would they let him talk so much? Friends don't let friends talk to the police. It's odd. They shouldn't have let him talk. But it seemed that he was, from that interview where Corey Fleming was there, and Corey Fleming's like, I don't think we should do this. Alex like, I'm okay. Alex seems like maybe it's not Bubba that's the hard-headed one. Maybe it's Alec Murdaugh that's the hard-headed one. This whole thing reeks of cronyism. I don't disagree. And old boys club. Dick and Jim would have been smart to stay far, far away, which makes me wonder why they didn't. I think they are loyal to Alec. And I think they think the state's overreaching. And I think they have an argument for places where the state has overreached. And that's the thing. There's parts of this where I'm like, really? Okay. And then there's parts of this where I'm like, ooh, I don't know about this. I'm so invested in this. I dreamt last night that the judge had to leave because someone threatened his life. And I was like, no, it was chaos. You know that you're too invested in a case that's not your own when you are waking up in the night thinking about it. Hey, Sunny Girl said, question, how is it legal that Poot and Jim would have been paid for their work on PM's case with stolen money from AM? Will that have to be untangled? It probably won't be. There's no bankruptcy. There's no one trying to disengorge that money like it is in the bankruptcy for Tom Girardi. But we will see. The law firm is suing Alec. I just don't think there's any money to get. I don't think the law firm has sued Dick and Jim, and I don't think that they will. I need more lip gloss. My husband asked if I get Monday off from my trial work. Shelby Williams, tell your husband, yes, we have a bye day on Monday. We have a federal holiday and there is no court on Monday, which means for those of you that are curious, Monday, I will have I was joking and I made a joke about the name being Fancy Pants. I don't actually think it's Heather Dubrow. I just think it's a great name. Monday, we will be having a members only live for all of our members. So I will be gifting some memberships later today. I will set some kind of target and we will hit it and then we will gift memberships. I will be gifting memberships today. We will have our members only live stream on Monday. For our top tier members on Patreon, they will get the information about the Zoom call in the Patreon spaces. So if you have not checked over at Law Nerds Unite, that Zoom call where we all get to see each other and chat as a community is on Saturday. So there will still be lots of time here, but Monday is our members only live stream. I've got some additional books for those of you that don't know about Linda and her clam. Maybe we'll have to revisit that, but I've got some additional books we need to visit. We're going to talk about this case. We're going to talk about the other things going on around the interwebs. Jen Shaw's going to prison today. I still don't know if anybody knows what prison she's turned herself into. I would sure love to know. Was it Camp Brian? I'm curious. Motion to name the pickle Bubba. Oh, we might need to. Marley Mai, thank you again so much for the super chat. I think
the super chat gets a pickle, right? Melissa, I see in the chat that it's your birthday. Happy birthday. Go shorty. It's your birthday. You gotta party like it's your birthday. Gonna drink Bacardi like it's your birthday. And you know I don't give a fuck because it's your birthday.
there we go. I entertained myself. Chat, I hope you didn't hate it. All right, Bree, this case shows how widespread corruption is. The money went somewhere. We heard testimony a chief of police received cash from AM. This is smoke and mirrors for something larger. There's a lot in this case. And I don't think we're done with the fuckery in this case. I don't think the murders are the only fuckery in this case. The most serious fuckery, yes, 2 people have lost their lives brutally and awfully. But there's a lot of fuckery. Deb, I see Deb in the chat saying, I'm loving the interwebs comments that OnStar just shit up Alex. That's pretty funny. Aaron said, I'm an accountant. Do they want me to testify like a doctor? This is insane. Yes, you're an accountant. Clearly, you can read medical records and speculate on them. Everyone can. I wouldn't object. I'd want to watch Dick embarrass himself and try to pronounce medical terms. It's a fair point. Someone didn't watch Emily's coverage of the Deputy Heard trial. LOL. Business records obsession doesn't fix hearsay. The great big geek. Well done. Just because it's a proper business record and you have foundation doesn't fix if it's hearsay. It lets the records come in, but it does not make them not hearsay. Technically, they would have had to bring the doctor in for that. I think everybody's just jumped the freaking shark on all of this. All right, let's go. I see Amy P in the chat asked, will Alec Murdaugh's other trials be streamed? I don't know. But if they are, we will cover them. They will be more concise. But didn't he, chat, let's put it up. I need to put up a poll. Like, Miguelina, poll, please. On the interview yesterday, did Alec Murdaugh confess to the financial crimes? Yes, no, kinda is where we're at. Because Alex said, hey, or Jim said, the gains are some taken money from the law firm. They were talking quite a lot about the financial crimes. And it seemed to me like he confessed to a lot of the financial crimes. So there might not, once they go to trial on this, those might all just resolve. But Poot really wanted the jury to know, look, he's facing life without parole on all the other cases. You don't have to convict him of this because he's going to get punished. It was a smart move and it will stick with the jury. Even if the question didn't get answered, he let the jury know that this man is facing a lot of time outside this. Completely improper, but good for their case. And they're not going to appeal it if they lose. And the state can't appeal it. The state can't appeal anything Poot does because if he's acquitted, the state can't appeal. It's double jeopardy. And if he loses, the defense isn't going to appeal shit that they did. So it's kind of a no harm, no foul. On the poll, the third option, yes, no, kinda. For those of you that asked, yes, I went and got my nails done yesterday. These were the nails I intended for Valentine's Day, and then I didn't have time to go get them done because of this trial. So that's where we're at. Those are the nails because of Valentine's Day. I hope when this is over, these lawyers watch your videos back. They definitely won't. This whole trial has got on my nerves. It has. But again, there are things that lawyers do in other cases that I'm like, why are they doing that? And it works for their jury that they're looking at in their jurisdiction. So if it doesn't annoy the jury, it doesn't matter if it annoys us. His injuries were severe, but he could call 911. Okay. And he made his injuries seem so severe, or Poot was trying to. But what we got from Alec is, hey, I got a flat tire. Somebody stopped to help me to change it. Super nice looking guy, nice person. They stopped to help. And then somehow they shot me in the head. The 911 call was not a, holy shit, I've been shot in the head. The 911 call was, I have a flat tire. And oh, by the way. So, Shore Life Creations, it's my birthday. Can they put that into evidence? Yes. We've noted it for the record, Shore Life Creation. Happy birthday. Discussed it with Dick and Jim. Everything feels corrupt now. It was an odd choice in the cross-examination this morning. Marissa said, your sarcasm is why I'm a member and love your channel so much. I got the belly giggles from your reaction. Best start to a Friday. Thank you so much. I'm so done with some of the and it's both sides, which is why I'm done with Creighton too. What are we doing even? This is a murder trial. How are we just doing a murder trial? With like whatever. He showed at the cottage next to the kennels. It looked like he was showing at the outbuildings, but they didn't get into it much. I'm starting to hear the court might be coming back. I'm hearing white noise, which means they've turned I'm turning it down so the bailiff doesn't scare the shit out of us again. Finally listened to the Mandy Matney podcast. Well-researched and intriguing insight, amazing listen. I think it's a great podcast. Mandy Matney's podcast has a particular perspective. She does not say that it is neutral reporting. It is not. But I think it is well researched. But she definitely has a position in that podcast. I think it's a good listen. But if you're looking for neutral or two-sided, that is not what you're going to get on the Murdaugh Murders podcast. But it is very well researched, and I like it. Because I'm able to separate the two. Good morning from MT, daily 500 insanity. It's the car race, right?
Yes, sir.
The Indy 500 is happening.
I talked to Mr. Waters. He thinks he's probably going to go close to lunch. Right. I mean, I'm just estimating. And then we probably got 2 hours across on this witness.
2 hours across on this witness.
We've got short witnesses, we've got some long witnesses we could bring once they rest. We've got a motion for directed verdict, which I don't think will take that long.
It won't take that long. You're right. Well done, Dick.
I mean, I don't want to start a witness today and finish him on Tuesday if it's a long witness. So should we tell maybe some 30-minute and 40-minute witnesses to be here by?
They're working on scheduling.
Sit here or have to go home without maximizing use of your time.
Well, certainly, I do not like a witness to be on the stand over the weekend because we end up starting back at the beginning.
3-day weekend.
Pardon?
It's a 3-day weekend. It's not just a weekend. I mean,
Yeah,
it's,
right.
We're aware.
You know, we have to be flexible. I don't know how long this is going to go. Is this your last witness, Mr. Waters?
Barring some need for an audible, yes, sir.
So
Last
you should be ready to do
witness.
some witnesses today, I would think.
yes, sir.
Assuming the case proceeds beyond directed verdict.
Yes, sir.
Last witness. Last witness.
You know,
I think you've answered. You don't want to start a 3 or 4 hour witness this afternoon.
not at all. No.
Yeah, okay, well, that answers the question.
Neither do
Make
we.
them up a little bit short, sort of hard to gauge, but we've got some relatively short witnesses, and then we've got rather long witnesses.
I understand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. I want to put on the record that I received a note from
Oh, fuck.
the jury after returning from lunch yesterday. The jury somehow thought that they would elect their own foreperson. And asked me if they, whether there's a reason for
Oh, that's
appointing
why you put it
someone
on
else,
record.
or if we could keep the same foreperson. I don't know who gave them the notion that they would select their own foreperson. And I know, as I told them, that it's done differently in different places.
He did tell them
I
that.
appoint forepersons, and
Your Honor,
I
that's
did
what
not
they see on
change.
TV.
I did not accede to them saying we already have a foreperson.
The judge is like, no.
That was the reason I gave an explanation right after lunch, explaining to them that the fact that you are a foreperson doesn't give you any more authority than any other juror. But I want to make this note a part of the record.
If I could also, if we conclude this witness, and obviously I would request at the conclusion of that witness that there be at least a brief recess just to do an exhibit check and any housekeeping, if we are going to rest at that time, if I could have an opportunity quickly to do that outside of the presence of the jury.
Okay?
2 short witnesses, it sounds like, at best, this afternoon. Thank you, Your Honor.
Very good.
I do
Bring the
appreciate
jury.
that. Bring the jury. I do appreciate that Dick's always looking for a break. Dick's like, can we end now? Can we stop early? Can we do this? I'm here for it. These days have been long. I've been tired too. I'm not throwing any shade at Dick when he's just like, hey, can we be done? Sure. He's trying to schedule witnesses. It is a very fair point that you don't want a very important witness on the stand over a 3-day weekend because they will have to start over. So, with that, It'll be very interesting. Dick's ready for the 3-day weekend. He's tired. He's ready to get into their case in chief, and he's just kind of done. So we've got the jury coming in. We are on the prosecution's last witness, barring the need to call an audible, which is what Creighton Waters said. And we thought this would be it. So for all of you that voted that we live here now, it looks like we'll be done on Friday. Very interesting. I wonder if Dick is telling the family members they're going to testify today, because we see Dick just talked to John Marvin and is now talking to Buster in court. I wonder if those will be the witnesses that they will start with. If I'm the jury, I definitely want to hear from Buster.
May it please the court, Your Honor.
But we're hearing 2 hours of cross-examination
All right,
on this witness.
Special Agent Rudofski, we just finished with the
Back to the timeline, folks. Back to the timeline. Remember, the defense has a week of their case.
Prepared two timelines. One is 5/20, which is the big one, correct?
That's correct.
With a more expansive timeline relevant to June 7th, correct?
That's correct.
And surrounding days, correct?
This got hard to hear.
And then
Hold on.
this
Oh,
one,
I
which
turned
is
it down.
19, which is a condensed version of this that focuses just
Good job,
on
Emily.
the evening hours of the day of the murder.
I'm sure
correct?
Pooh will
That is
throw his
correct.
papers at least one more time.
This time, I'm going to publish 519 to the jury, and let's discuss it.
He explained to the jury yesterday why he picked their 4-person. They definitely wanted to pick their own. They had kind of already seemingly internally decided who's in charge, but there we are. Is Dick still up talking to Buster while court is resumed? Because he's noticeably absent from his chair, and he was talking to Buster. If so, that's tremendously rude.
Just real quick, I want to
Look, a reference guide.
go through this opening page.
Condensed-
And this is a condensed one, 519, is that
Condensed
correct? Up on the screen?
timeline.
That is correct.
All right, and has your name on it, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and then we have a reference guide right here, and if you would, just explain just some of the various sources of information that have been admitted before this jury that you ultimately synthesize into this summary timeline.
Okay. What we have here is we're going to have cell phone Cellbrite extraction report. It's going to be for Paul Murdaugh, which as you go through this timeline, PM is going to refer to Paul Murdaugh. We're going to have AM, which is going to be Alex Murdaugh's cell phone extraction, and then MM, which is going to be Maggie Murdaugh. So anytime you see the abbreviations, that's what it's going to refer to. We have their cell phone extractions here. We also have the FBI telemetry report. We have the FBI CAS data. We also have different reports from the phones, like the Axiom reports. We have an ALPR report in here, which is actually probably not in the condensed one. That's going to be automated license plate reader data for Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes. We're also going to have some Snapchat data, and then data from Rogan Gibson, Paul Murdaugh, Alex Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Buster Murdaugh's CDRs, which is the call data records from Verizon.
Let me pause you real quick. So we have extractions. Tell the difference to the jury, and I don't mean to point out what the state.
Oh, yeah, I think we've named this witness Data
between,
Daddy.
an extraction
'Cause-
and then
'cause
CDRs
chat
or
be
cell
like
data
that.
records, please.
So the extraction is going to be what, like Britt Dove testified, what he actually extract out of the phone. And then the CDRs is going to be what Verizon testified, which is going to be their records of phone calls and text messages. So two separate data sources from two separate entities.
If Dick left with a phone in his hand, he's
Continue
probably
on, please,
organizing
with the
witnesses,
remainder
which
of the
makes
data
sense.
in your summary timeline.
We have referenced here a couple different like Knowledge C database. That's kind of like the Axiom database. It's just another database that was, records were provided to me from. We also have a PMPED building access log. And then in the big
The swipe
timeline, we
card.
have the 911 recordings. And then just want to point out Dylan Hightower extraction. That would have been the first phone extraction of Alex's phone 2 days after the 7th. And then we have the GM OnStar data.
Chat, y'all make me laugh. Because Chat is Bay.
All right, and then down at the bottom here, we have
the
some
Daytona
color-coded
500.
things on the left of the screen, and then a
Wrong
box on
car
the
race
right.
thingy.
Quickly explain to the jury.
Apologies, car
what
racing
those,
fans.
Reference points
I also
mean,
mess up
please.
sports
On
ball.
the right of the screen, you're going to see the 2021 Suburban log file excerpt. Forkowski from FBI had that Excel sheet with all the different colors and everything. This is going to be a reference guide, so when you're going through this, what the colors actually mean on the data.
All right, give an example of what you mean by that.
So you're going to see kind of that reddish pinkish color, that's going to mean that the infotainment center is booting up. So when we go through this timeline, you're going to see
I
that
love the
data
different
section
colors.
highlighted with that color. That's what you'll know is happening with the data. If you see pink, it's going to be a propulsion. When you see blue, it means that it's either in and out of park. And that's kind of just how we're going to be reading it as we go along the timeline.
All right, and then these addresses have colors over here, and just, we don't have to go through every one, but the first one, that red one, what one is that?
4147 Moselle Road.
All right, so if we see that little red box with an arrow on it, that's Moselle on the map.
That is correct.
And then the green is what?
It's going to be Almeda, the Almeda property.
And we'll talk about the others as we go through.
All right. All right, let's start moving through it. Just give me 1 second.
No, go back to that.
All right, starting, all right, so this timeline, this condensed timeline begins roughly when?
Around 6 p.m.
All right, on what day?
June 7th, 2021.
All right, and let's start at 6:04, and I want to move through this expeditiously, and we'll stop and
Lies.
talk about some specific entries as we go through, okay?
Okay.
All right, and so starting there at 6:04, does Paul Murdaugh have any phone activity?
He does. He calls Will Loving. And as you can see in the parentheses, it's going to say PM extraction. That means it was pulled off of Paul Murdaugh's phone extraction, just for reference.
So at
All right,
the end,
and,
it says
Will
PM
Loving,
for
that's the
the
individual that
time,
testified.
and then it
weeks
says
ago.
where it's
That is
from.
correct.
And
Down here.
6:08, what activity was seen on Paul's phone?
He makes an outgoing call to Dad, which is identified as Alex Murdaugh. It shows answered, but 1 second long.
All right, and what was the source of that information?
That was from Paul Murdaugh's phone extraction. It does not show up in Alex Murdaugh's original logical dump or the second one from Britt Dove, but it does show up on his CDRs from Verizon. So that'd be the records that Verizon actually keeps for the phone.
All right, and can a user of a phone affect the CDRs that are with the Verizon phone company?
They cannot,
Or
no.
can the user affect what data remains on their phone?
Yes.
And frequently throughout this timeline, do we see instances in which there was a call logged on on Alec Murdaugh's CDRs, but was missing from his phone from the extraction?
That is correct.
Don't lead the witness.
All right. Can you explain any difference between the CDRs as it relates to Alec
He
Murdaugh's
can't even
phone
help it.
and whether
He's
or
so
not
leading.
there's any missing call logged on the extraction from his phone?
As we go through this extraction, you're going to see that multiple instances, we're going to have calls showing on Alex Murdaugh's CDRs that are not, that we could not find on the logical extraction or the Britt Dove full extraction of Alex's phone. And that's going to be notated on the bottom if it was not in the extraction.
All right. 6:09:48, do we have any communications on Maggie's phone?
This is going to be a iMessage from Maggie Murdaugh to Paul
reason I
Murdaugh
haven't
stating,
switched
"You okay
feeds
getting little foot massage? Then I'm heading home."
Is
And that was
because
obtained from
the
Maggie
logo
Murdaugh
for
and
Long
Paul
Crime blocks
Murdaugh's
some of the
phone
text.
extractions.
And I don't want to block any of the
6:10:01, going
text.
to the bottom of
Annoys me.
this page, that being page number 2.
So their
Is
logo in the
there
bottom corner
another
blocks the
message
text.
from Maggie to Paul Murdaugh?
This is also going to be iMessage to Paul stating, "Love you and Blanca cooked you dinner."
Moving on to page 3. And what does this reflect right here?
This is going to be from FBI agent Matt Wild. This is going to be from his report. This is for Paul Murdaugh. You're going to identify
finally
that in
get
the
the
right-hand
shaded areas
corner
of the
where it says Paul.
towers.
Just for reference, anytime you see a map, if you look on the right-hand corner, it's going to tell you whose map that is for.
All right. And just generally remind the jury what this map reflects, please.
This is just showing generally where the cell towers are located and where the area, whenever, like a phone call or text message, where it was pinging during that time for Paul.
And these little red things right here with the angles on it, what do those reflect?
That's going to be where the cell tower is and what angle
This particular
the call
exhibit's a
would have
little blurry
originated
for
or,
me.
take place from.
All right, and down at the bottom, what's the first time recorded for Paul's cell phone?
She
as
did
it
get a
pings on
mani
the cell
pedi.
tower?
Blanca testified that she got gel
6/17/42.
nails
Can you
that
describe
day.
to the jury generally where these cell towers reflect Paul's phone?
Doris, no. Alec didn't
So
seem
it'd
to
be,
delete things until later.
Beaufort area down the right-hand side, moving up towards.
We'll talk about the
Moselle,
deleting
which
stuff
you
on the
can
phone.
see
I don't
in
think
the far right corner.
I don't think it's a big deal.
That little,
and I'll talk about why.
badge-looking red dot.
All right, up here at the top center, what is that right there?
That's going to be a arc. It's just a distance arc.
But the red dot, what is that?
The red dot, that's going to be 4147 Moselle Road.
These are cell
And,
tower.
what times does Paul's phone ping off any cell tower near Moselle?
6:53 p.m., 7:05, and 7:30.
So these are Paul Murdaugh's
All right,
cell
we see
phone
a
pings.
3 right there. Does that refer, or what does that 3 refer to as it relates to that cell tower
yes.
location near Moselle?
He
Just gonna show
recorrected
you
the
what
leading
side
question.
of the cell tower it's on, what arc.
And what time does it first ping on,
So from
Sector
6:53 to
1
7:30, Paul's
facing
at
Moselle?
Moselle clearly.
7:05:33 p.m.
So Paul gets back to Moselle like it's 6:30, 7:05.
All right, moving to, continuing on page 3, we have a time reference at 6:20:53. Can you explain to the jury what, if anything, that indicates?
He said, what if anything? He sure did.
We have Maggie Murdaugh. She received a phone call from Proctor Marion. That's how it showed up in her phone. Through the phone number, it's actually Marion Proctor. That's just how it relays in the phone. And it shows rejected.
All right, and after that, what, if any, communications were there?
Right after that, at 6:21:28, Maggie Murdaugh sends a text message to Marion stating, "Can't talk, getting food massage. We'll call you back."
Foot
That's
massage.
from her
She was still getting her
phone
nails
text.
done at 6:20.
Moving on to 6:23, are there any communications with Maggie and Paul?
There are. Paul sends a message to his mom at 6:23:27, stating,
Mom!
"What did she make?"
What's for dinner?
And then Maggie replies back shortly after saying, "Country fried steak and mac and cheese."
I need someone to make me
Below
country
that,
fried
we
steak
have
and mac
a
and cheese,
orange and blue
please.
box. What does that represent?
So this is going to be from
That-
the FBI telemetry data from that Excel spreadsheet that's already into
The
evidence.
chances.
And this is just showing with that
that I
color
end up
coordination
finding
I talked
country
about
fried steak
earlier.
for dinner this
The orange
weekend
is going to show
have gone
a
up.
system startup. And from previous testimony, that could be, unlocking a car, locking it, getting in close range with the key fob, opening up the rear hatch. Just something that makes, when you get in your car, you kind of hear that noise before you start it up, the telemetry. It's just inner workings, anything could really cause it.
Well, I'm asking you, going back to that map, the incident location at Moselle where Paul and Maggie were found murdered,
Yep.
what county is that in?
That's going to be Colleton County.
Blanca did say
And
green
if you look,
beans.
we
I
have
don't
the
think they were
pink,
telling Paul
which is
that.
going to kind of show propulsion, and then blue, which is going to show some kind of shift in the vehicle transmission.
She definitely wasn't selling the dinner with the green beans.
All right, down to the bottom, 624, what is that?
62402, that shows from the FBI report, telemetry report that
Yeah,
the
Blanca
Suburban
didn't
shows
say
a
she made
device
country fried
connection.
steak and mac and cheese.
That would be Alec
Bluetooth.
Murdaugh's phone?
That'd be correct.
Blanca said she made something different. Chat, I'll let you
Moving
describe
on
country
to
fried steak.
6:24 PM, is there any data points as it relates to the defendant's Suburban?
It is, we have one at 62418, around the PMPED law firm,
All right, and what time is that? No, 6:24?
62418, correct.
All right, and that map there,
Those
is
that
that
don't know what
a
country
data
fried
point
steak
from
is,
the CAS
these are not
data
health foods
that
we're
you just
discussing.
explained to the jury?
That is correct.
Moving down, we have some various messages from some of the individuals, is that
Look
right?
how helpful.
We do.
Okay.
We have Alex Murdaugh receiving a phone call from Jay Parker at 6:25. 6:27, Paul is sending a message to Britt, saying maybe Saturday. He calls Robert Boyle shortly after, and then at 8:38 p.m., Rogan calls Marianne Dempsey.
And to
Poor
your recollection.
Rogan's like,
what
leave
is,
me out of the
Marion
timeline
Dempsey to
until I'm
Rogan?
just texting Paul.
Leaves the girlfriend.
Don't put it all on. Don't put it all
All
on
right,
blast.
moving on to page 5.
Oh, that's right. Blanca did say
What does
hamburger
this,
steak,
map
cube steak,
represent? Where-
and
where's it
gravy.
from, this map?
This is going to be from Matt Wild from the FBI. This is directly from his report.
And what phone does this map reflect?
Top right, it's going to say Alex Murdaugh with associated cell phone.
All right, and then there's a box below that. Explain to the jury again what that box represents.
So the box below that, that's going to represent all the times that the pings were logged that Matt Wild actually put in the report.
And then the black circle with the angle in the middle, what is that?
Cell
That's going
tower.
to show you the cell tower and then the kind of angle that the calls or texts would have been in.
And what property is in the sector of that cell tower?
4147 Moselle Road, and it's identified by that red
All of the law
badge-looking
nerds
dot.
are going to end up at Cracker Barrel this weekend.
On here,
I see you.
this box with the times,
Also
those are
same.
times of what again?
This would have been times of activity that would send to a cell tower that they would have data on.
In the 6 o'clock hour, what is the latest time period that you see Al Murdaugh's phone reflecting activity?
6:52 p.m.
And then after that, what's the next time period that you see him reflecting activity?
The next time showing on the map is going to be 9:04:24 p.m.
And the jury
Does the
has
defendant's cell
seen,
phone reflect any activity?
the jury has
between
seen some of these
6:52
cell
and
phone charts
9:04?
already.
Between 6:52 and 9:04, there's no
I find the
activity reflected.
timeline, the
At least
typed out
on the
timeline very
cell
helpful.
pinging.
That is correct.
Y'all, I had never been to a Cracker Barrel until I moved. There are not Cracker Barrels near where I lived in Southern California.
All right, at 6:40.
Not a problem in Middle
what
Tennessee.
activity, if any, is reflected?
Paul calls, it's going to show up as PA in the extraction, which is Alex Murdaugh based on the phone number. It shows it was answered, it was 2 minutes and 29 seconds long.
I like
This
how they're
call also
showing
does not show up
where the
in
calls
phone extractions
pinged,
for Alex Murdaugh,
and
just on his
then-
CDRs.
It was in the defendant's CDRs?
That is correct.
All right.
I like showing where
And it was
the
also-
calls pinged and then
it was
overlaying
also
them
in
with
Paul's
what the
phone.
calls
It
were.
shows the phone call.
It's very, very.
6:42, and what if anything's reflected?
We have a Suburban device connection to iPhone from the FBI report at 6:42:48, and at 6:42:54, we show the Suburban arrives at 4147 Moselle Road based on the GM OnStar data.
All right, and going on to page 6, is that your CAS map reflecting that data point you just described?
That is correct. It's going to be the 6:42:54 data point.
And what happens at that moment?
That's when Alex Murdaugh is going to arrive back from the PMPED law firm from work that day.
All right, moving on, 6:43:50, what if any activity do you see?
It shows that Maggie Murdaugh's phone had a missed call from PA, which is Alex Murdaugh. It shows missed, but also it shows up in Alex Murdaugh's CDRs, but does not show up in either one of the phone extractions.
Oh, y'all, I'll be back in
And
1
moving
minute.
on, we have a couple of the orange and white boxes. Tell the jury again what those reflect.
So these are just going to reflect some kind of system boot up. Doesn't mean the car moved or did anything. It just means that door was opened. It just something triggered the car to kind of do a little internal boot up from previous testimony.
At 6:53:44, what if any activity do you see?
Paul Murdaugh calls John Marvin. It shows 1 minute and 42 seconds long, and that's based off of Paul's phone extraction.
So your understanding, when you see those times of the call lengths, does that also include connection time as well?
It does, based on previous testimony from Verizon, that could include how long it takes to, to get the actual network connected.
All right, and then at the 7 o'clock hour, what if any communications are on Paul's phone?
So Paul sends a text message to Claude CB Rowe saying, "Are you coming tomorrow?" And then shortly after, he sends another text saying, "Sunflowers died, we need to plow them under ASAP." And that was based off his phone extraction.
Moving on now to page 7. Do we have some activity at 7:02:29?
We do. Maggie Murdaugh calls Alex Murdaugh. It shows 2 seconds, and this also does not show on Alex Murdaugh's extraction. It shows on his CDRs, and it also shows on Maggie's phone that Maggie called Alex, but does not show on Alex's phone that that call was there.
Missing from his phone, though, correct?
That is correct.
All right.
Missing in the call log of the phone.
All right, 7:03 to 7:11. What, if anything, is reflected on Alex's phone?
His phone's showing approximately 165 steps taken during that time frame.
And then what happens at 7:04?
704, through the catch data database, it shows that Paul Murdaugh is at the residence of 4147 Moselle Road.
Does Maggie's phone reflect any activity as we move on to the 7:04 time period?
Her phone showed that between 7:04 and 8:17, her phone was It showed a Bluetooth connection to MBUX 95224, which is her Mercedes-Benz.
And so anytime we see MBUX 95224, what, if anything, does that represent?
That's going to reflect her Mercedes-Benz.
MB for Mercedes-Benz?
That is correct.
All right. Moving on, at 7:05, does Maggie call anyone?
She does. She calls Marion at 7:05:13. It shows answered 7 seconds.
At 7:05:55, is there any reflection of the communication between Alec and Maggie Murdaugh?
There is, Alex sends a message to, in his phone, it's Maggie May, stating, Paul said you were getting a petty. Call when you done. That's from the that's from the extraction.
Moving on, do we have any communications between Maggie and Paul during this time period?
At 7:05:32, we have Maggie calling Paul. It shows answered 1 minute and 31 seconds.
And then does Maggie attempt to call Marion again?
That's correct.
And I'm sorry, that would be at the bottom of the screen.
Yep, that'd be the 7:07:49. Maggie Murdaugh calls Marion. And when it says Marion, it's Marion Proctor.
All right, moving on to page 8, we have another map. Can you generally explain what this represents to the jury, please?
So in the top right-hand corner, we have Maggie Murdaugh with the associated phone number. We have 2 points, 4147 Moselle Road in the red, and the green's going to be the Almeda property. When you're looking at this map, number 1's going to be closer to Charleston, and it's working its way. Maggie is working her way towards Moselle in this map.
All right, and the first time period you see on dot number that's numbered 1?
It's going to be 7:07:49
And the
p.m.
latest time period you see on the dot that's numbered 5?
That is correct. That's going to be in the Walterboro area. It's going to be 7:50:20. 7:50:20 is going to be the latest dot, and that's in the Walterboro area.
All right, moving on, looking down at 7:09:43, what, if any, activity do we see on Maggie's phone?
Maggie calls her mom. It shows answered 8 minutes and 17 seconds long.
Would that be Ms. Brandstetter?
That is correct.
We have an orange box. Tell the jury that quickly, please.
So that's just showing a system boot up. Could have been getting close to the Suburban, unlocking it, locking it, opening up a door, or it could just be some kind of internal components based on previous testimony from the FBI.
After that, we have 2 entries. Can you tell the jury what those 2 entries are, the time periods, and what they represent, please?
Yep. So the next 2 entries is going to be 7:14:13 to 7:22:19. It's going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone showing approximately 208 steps traveled during that time
I
period.
know, y'all. I missed all the good
And
stuff.
the one below it's going to be
I
7:15:35
know.
to 7:21:52. This is going to be from Alex's phone, showing that approximately
whole long
200 steps were taken during that time frame. So we have 208 steps taken from Paul during his time frame, and then Alex is around 200 steps traveled.
And both those time periods for those steps for Alec and Paul, are those generally roughly the same?
Generally the same.
Consistent?
That's correct.
The footsteps being at the same time are
7:18:44,
consistent
what,
with
if
them
any,
rolling around
activity do you see?
together.
Alex Murdaugh sends a text message to CB Rowe saying, "Call me, please."
Going now to page 9. At the top, those 2 entries, again, explain those 2 entries to the jury.
So the first entry is going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone from 7:25:03 to 7:34:47, and it's showing 139 steps taken during that time period. This is approximate. 7:28:35 to 7:37:11 is going to be Alex Murdaugh's iPhone, showing approximately 47
Y'all,
steps
what we're
traveled
doing, the
during that
exhibit is,
time
I'm going to
period.
leave me down here so it's smaller.
All right, 7:30
So you
PM,
guys
we
can
have
see the
another
exhibit is
data
nice and
point
big.
indicating Maggie's trip home to Moselle.
That is correct.
Because when I do this, we lose the
All
exhibit.
right, we got another map. Tell the jury what this one is, please.
I think that's
This
better.
map's just showing that, her phone was pinging at starting at 7:30.
Whose phone is this
This is
again?
going to be Paul, I'm sorry, Paul Murdaugh. It's going to be
I
the
do-
right-hand
I
corner.
trust y'all.
So say Paul Murdaugh with
I
the
trust
phone
y'all.
number on top. This is just showing where his phone was pinging on June 7, 2021, starting at 7:30, and then all the way to 8:40 PM.
My kids don't have school today, so
We
I
see,
needed a
two
second.
cell towers there and then some arcs. Where do those arcs intersect?
The arcs intersect close to the property at Moselle Road.
Yeah, Alec's definitely not
Would,
napping at
just
this
tell the
point.
jury the earliest time that's reflected here and the latest time that's reflected here.
The earliest time reflected is going to be 7:30:05, and the latest time reflected is going to be 7:40:21 p.m. on June 7, 2021.
So Paul's phone is at the Moselle location according to this data.
That is correct.
All right.
I find this little summary at the bottom under
Bottom
the
of
maps
page
to be
9.
very helpful.
Do we have any communications between Maggie and Mary and Proctor?
We do at 7:31:13 p.m.
He doesn't have to ask it
we
that
show
way.
a
He
call
can
from
just
Maggie
say
and Marion
what
at
happened next.
7:39.
What calls happen next?
the length
What
of the
texts
call.
happen next?
7 minutes and 39 seconds.
That's correct.
Maggie
Does that
talking to her
include connection
sister?
time as well?
It does.
It's Maggie talking to her
Do
sister?
we have any step data on Paul's phone in a time period around this time?
Paul's phone shows between 7:35:10 and 7:41:43. It shows roughly around 171 steps traveled during that time frame.
7:37 and 7:38. Do we see any activity on Paul's phone with some of his friends?
Yeah, Paul receives a Snapchat message from Michelle Beck stating, BC, I have short-term memory loss, and that was based off his phone extraction. And then Paul Murdaugh receives an iMessage from Megan Kimbrell stating, Paul.
All right, moving now to page
Huh.
10. Going to 7:39:55.
I wonder why they
Can you
shifted
tell the
off.
jury what
That's
that
just a
data point
picture of the tree
reflects on
event.
your summary
There's no need to
timeline?
switch.
from
There we
earlier
go. That's just
testimony,
the tree. I don't know
you've
why
seen
that's
this,
blurred.
This video, this is just a thumbnail picture.
Oh, that's why
And
it's
this is when
blurred.
it's showing it was created in Paul Murdaugh's phone. And we have a little screenshot of the creation time. It's going to show
That's
7:39:55.
really helpful with the metadata right there.
Is when this thumbnail was
The
created in
metadata
Paul's
right
phone.
here on the
And
side.
remind the jury what video that is.
Happy
I
with
see
that.
We got a thumbnail there, but
Yep.
what video is that?
This is going to be that Snapchat video that was sent to a few friends of the tree. You have Alex Murdaugh on the tree that's leaning over.
All right, and again, this is when that video, at least the timestamp, was its creation?
That's correct, based on previous testimony, yes.
7:41 to 7:48, what, if anything, is reflected on Alex's phone?
We show that 29 steps were traveled on his phone, approximately between 7:41 and 7:48.
All right, and just talked about the Snapchat video, looking at this map, whose phone is this, and explain these data points to the jury, if you would, please. Or whose phone is this first, if you would, please?
So this is going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone, and below it, it's going to be his iPhone location data. So this is not going to be Verizon location. This is going to be location data directly off of his phone.
Thank you for the
So this is
recommendation.
GPS
I'm
data that's
Kelly.
more specific.
That is correct.
All right, and we see a number of dots up here. What is this area up here generally, sort of in the center of this image?
Lisa asked, when
That's
did
gonna
AM have
be,
time
the
for a
kennel
nap?
area.
We're not there yet, but
And then
I don't
there's
think
that
he
little
napped.
house.
The cabin?
I think he turned his
Cabin.
phone off.
All right, and what time periods in that upper box do we see GPS data on Paul's phone up there in the kennel cabin area?
We're seeing between 7:45 and 7:54 is location data for
Is
that
that
area.
7:54 or 7:56?
Rosie asked, on the same page and singing from the same sheet of
7:56,
music?
sorry.
Same, yeah,
RC.
same. Same.
And then we have two data points at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Is that, where is generally that on the property?
That's going to be what previous testimony talked about, like a dove field. It's going to be past the main house, closer to the Godly Farm roadside. And that's going to be a data point at
The Dove Field with the dead sunflowers.
8:42 seconds and 8:44 seconds.
8 p.m.?
That's correct, 8 p.m., June 7th.
Oh, darn it.
I'm actually convinced he did not nap. That, I feel like, has been proven. Alec did not nap. Rebecca in the chat asked, who naps
Down at
that
the
late
bottom of
anyway?
Page 10, is there any
Me
step
sometimes,
data on Paul's phone?
but I'm old.
There is, it shows approximately
Me
89 steps
sometimes.
traveled during
What time periods?
7:45
It's more like
PM
fall
to
asleep
7:55.
at that time and then get up and move to bed. More like that.
Moving on to page 11, we have a map. Tell the jury whose phone that is and what that data point is.
We have
So this is
a
going to be
map.
Maggie Murdaugh's phone. This is going to be Verizon location data. And what we see here is the tower and then the arc of the tower. This is going to be in the Walterboro area. The time is 7:50:03 p.m.
All right, and moving down, we're starting to see some references, and there's a little battery symbol on the side. What does that represent?
So that's going to represent battery life. So right here, this is going to be at 7:52:28. It's going to show Paul Murdaugh's iPhone battery at 7%.
And in your review generally of Paul's cell phone data,
Oh, I like
is
the
it
battery
generally
image.
consists for him to continue to use his phone even if he had a low battery life on it?
That's correct.
All right. And is that also consistent with the testimony from David Grubbs from yesterday or the day before?
Previous testimony, yes.
All right, below that, 7:55 time period, we have two entries. Can you explain those two entries to the jury and how they relate to each other, if anything?
So 7:55:44 to 8:05:28, we have Paul Murdaugh's iPhone showing approximately 262 steps traveled. And a close time frame from 7:55:32 to 8:05:07, we show Alex's iPhone
So it looks like
traveling
they're-
approximately 270 steps.
That makes sense. They're walking
during that time
together.
period.
But again, them walking
And then
together
at
and it showing it,
7:56,
it'll
what
be
is
more
what is
glaring.
reflected as it relates to
It'll
that
be much
Snapchat
more
video?
glaring if
This is when the
Maggie's
Snapchat
phone's not moving
video
with him.
referencing Alex Murdaugh would have been sent through Paul's Snapchat account to his friends, based on previous testimony.
And it was created, you already testified to this, but it was created when?
I believe 7:39:55
And it was sent out to his friends when?
at 7:56 p.m.
Lulu82 said a nap before bed is an appetizer. I'm never going to call it anything else from here forth again. My
Moving
husband
on to page
appetizers. He says it's
12
watching
at
TV.
7:57.
But it's
Does one
not.
of his friends respond?
Yes, he receives a Snapchat message from Brian Murdaugh
Oops, sorry.
stating, "Damn, man, needs some straps. Oh, it."
All right. Now we're moving into the 8 p.m. hour on June 7th, 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, we have a map here. First of all, in the right corner, whose phone is this?
This is going to be Paul Murdaugh's phone. This is going to be his iPhone location data.
And starting up at the,
Yes, we're getting to the relevant
it's
time
sort of
period.
the top center,
Where
more to the
Alex
right.
says he's napping.
Where does that location generally?
That's going to be the little cabin on the property.
All right, and what is the data point? What's the time on that data point up there?
I believe it says 8:06:20 p.m.
All right, and then we see the dots.
Who's
sort
at
of
the
moving
cabin?
down, and in what direction are they?
Who's at the
generally moving?
cabin?
That's moving towards the main house on the property.
All right, and then down at the bottom of the screen, at what time do we see that data point
Paul.
stop at the main residence?
Paul was up at the cabin.
8:14,
What's the first data point? Then?
8:08:45, and then 8:14.
Paul's at the main
PM.
residence at what time? First?
8:08:45 p.m.
All right, and just on page 13, we have some earlier data points.
The
Is this
jury has
map
this
kinda out of order
one
just a little
little,
bit?
It is, so this is just going to be earlier data points at 8:05:14 and 8:04:45, just showing some location data from his iPhone.
So that one should have gone before this one, the one at the bottom of page, page 12,
That is correct.
which reflects Paul again getting back to the main residence at what time?
8:08:45 p.m.
Looking below, again on page 13, do we see two entries for Paul and Alex's phone? And if so, please explain to the jury what they are.
So for Alex's phone, we show between 8:05 and 8:09 that his phone approximately took 54 steps traveled during that time period. And then for Paul, we show 8:05:46 to 8:15:24. We show approximately 303 steps traveled during that time period.
Moving on to page 14, do we see that same map again of Paul's phone reflecting him arriving at the residence at 8:08?
8:08:45, correct.
And then still pinging there at what time, at the bottom time?
8:14 PM.
Oh, I like the visual.
Again, at 8:07, what if anything do we see?
At 8:07:20, we see that Paul is sending Snapchats to a few friends. That's based off his Snapchat records.
All right, the next entry is in purple, and then there's kind of a line going from that. Explain what that purple reference, that time period references, and then the line that travels down the side of your timeline. Explain to the jury what that's going to represent generally to the various phones as we go forward.
As we go forward, anytime you see in purple, that's going to represent Maggie Murdaugh's phone. And for this instant, it's going to represent on the left-hand side, the line going down. Anytime you see a line next to something, that means whatever it says on the left. So if it says device locked, it means the device was locked during those other time periods.
That's
So this
really
is going to show
helpful.
from 8:11:08 to 8:31:15 that Maggie's iPhone was locked.
Really helpful
And as we move
showing
down, you can see
that
it
time
continue to the next
frame
page,
of
that-
when the
that means
phones are
during
locked.
those times, it's locked.
All right, so we'll see multiple of those as you go forward, just explaining time periods where various devices were locked or other things were going on.
That is correct.
All right. Moving on to page 15, we have a map. Explain to the jury
We have a
whose
map.
phone
What
this
is it?
is and what it represents.
We have a map.
This is
What
going to
is
be
it?
for
That's it.
CB Row, and this is a overview map. You can see Augusta, North Augusta area, and it's showing the sector and the tower that it's pinging off of at 7:13:15 in the North Augusta,
This
Augusta
is
area.
CB Rose.
Say 7:13 or
phone.
8:13?
I'm sorry, 8:13:15.
All right, so CB Rowe's
This is
phone is pinging
covering
over
CB
here,
Rowe's
way over here in
alibi.
Augusta. Is that right?
That is correct.
So CB Rose phone is out in Augusta. So that is covering CB Rose.
All right, moving to the next map.
Alibi. I think that's
whose phone
why
is
that's in
this?
there.
If you could tell whose phone this is, and then what data points you see on this particular map.
So this is going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone location data, so this is going to be separate from like Verizon location data. And this is showing at the area of the main house, bottom left, and the data starts at 8:14 and goes all the way to 8:35:07.
8:35, Paul's phone is located where?
At the main house, 4147 Moselle Road.
And down at the bottom of page 15, do we have any step reference for Paul?
We do from 8:15:55 to 8:21:45. We're showing approximately 140 steps traveled.
For all of you asking about CB Rowe, he is the groundskeeper, not the one who takes care of the doggos, but the groundskeeper. Grounds! Oh my God, with the scrolling Creighton.
Paul arrived back at the residence about 8:08, you testified, is that correct?
That is correct.
At 8:17,
We have not seen him testify, and we won't, which is odd to me.
So it's highlighted purple in reference to Maggie. It's going to show that her phone ended at the connection to the Mercedes-Benz, which is the MBUX 95224.
Oh.
It shows that it's unplugged.
And what does that mean? What does that reference mean as it relates to Maggie's phone and the Mercedes she was driving?
So Maggie's back at
It
home
means that she unplugged her phone
from the car.
From that
from
vehicle?
that vehicle.
And
at
the data generally
8:17.
reflects that she's at the residence at that point?
That is correct.
I didn't
Paul
realize it was
808,
that
Maggie
late.
817.
That is correct.
I didn't realize it was that late.
Alex's last data point on his phone was 6:52, right?
That is correct, based on the Verizon records.
Hey Maggie, good on you, no texting and driving. I would hate to think
We
that
have
my
at
phone makes
8:17:44 PM, do we have a battery reference for Paul?
We do. It shows that his iPhone was at 4% battery life at that time.
As we continue
They
forward, we see
ate,
Paul continue to
and
use
we
his
know from
phone.
the ME that
We
they
do.
ate.
At 8:19, or I'm sorry, 8:17 to 8:18, what if anything do we see on Maggie's phone?
We're showing approximately 38 steps taken during that time frame.
That makes sense.
And that
Car
would
to
be after her
house.
phone disconnects from the Mercedes.
That's correct.
Car to house.
8:19 PM, what do we see on Paul's phone?
We see that he connects to a PRTC Wi-Fi.
This is
and then
more
he
data than
receives
we've
a
gotten this whole
Snapchat
time.
message from Ansley Wilson, stating he got the magic touch. And he also sends another outgoing text message or Snapchat message.
Now, PRTC, his phone connects to PRTC. What is PRTC?
So PRTC is going to be the local internet telephone provider for this area. So it's just
Finally,
it's
the
just showing a
extender
Wi-Fi
has entered the evidence.
And was PRTC, to your knowledge, providing services to Moselle Road?
They were providing services to the main house and then the cabin.
All right, going below that, we have a series of communications, and whose communications are these going sort of back and forth, a series of communications?
This is going to be Paul Murdaugh's series of communications.
And I'm not going to read each one or have you read each one, but are these generally communications going back and forth with his friends?
That is correct.
And on this page, they start about what time and continue through about what time?
Start around
I see the he's hurt,
23 and go all the way to,
quote unquote. That could be
8:29.
about the dog. That could be about a
Maybe keep on going
friend.
down. Yeah, about
that could be about
8:30.
anything. I don't think it's a literal, but it's he's hurt. It could be like,
about 8:23 to 8:30.
I don't know. I read that as,
All
oh,
right,
he's
at
hurt.
8:30 to 8:33 p.m., what, if anything, do we see on Maggie's phone?
We're showing that her phone took approximately 42 steps traveled during that time period.
So that's the conversation at 8:30 that Paul was having with Megan
And that
about
starts
the
at what time
movies.
that Maggie's phone starts reflecting steps?
8:30 p.m.
About 8:30.
So we were getting right up to the time of the murders.
Going on to the next page, page 17.
Why does it say
Going back just
activate
real quick
Windows? Have they not
on,
paid for Windows?
Page 16, generally that series of communications with Paul and his friends, is he generally responding fairly quickly to the communications back and forth?
He is either, it's their Snapchat and iMessages. He's responding and using those two applications very frequently.
I like the overlap
At-
bars of what's
Now we're
happening.
at top of page 17 at 8:31 p.m. Describe to the jury generally what this data entry is.
So this is going to be a group message from John Marvin Murdaugh. He's talking about how they're planning to go visit their dad tomorrow and asking if anyone else is going. Listed here, everyone that's in that group message.
And that's generally a number of family members.
That is correct.
And the dad they're referring to is who?
It's going to
Thanks,
be
PFAS.
Alex's
It
dad.
probably
Mr.
is
Randolph?
a
That is
clean,
correct.
it's probably a wiped computer
Based
for
on
the
your knowledge of
jury.
investigation, he had a
Thank you
turn
for
for the word
clarifying. I don't know
"self-res" around this
Windows.
time.
That is correct.
All right, well, let's talk about that very quickly. That, did the defendant receive, or did his phone receive that text?
His phone and Maggie's phone both received the text message.
And did the defendant ever read that text, according to the phone at least?
According to the phone, it was not read until the following day, 6/8 of 21 at 1:44:49 p.m.
And that text came in at what time?
8:31 on the dot.
And did Maggie read that text right away, at least according to the phone, her phone?
She did not.
All right. And when did her phone finally read that text?
Around 8:49:26.
What time?
8:49:26 is when Maggie read that text.
8:49.
8:49.
8:49:26 actually, Creighton, if we want to do all that. $8:42, Paul's
At
phone
8:31,
shows 238 steps traveled.
Entry did we see?
That could show that they're walking to the kennels.
So at the
8:32 to
8:31:15, Maggie
8:42.
Murdaugh's phone unlocks and does orientation changes. And then at 8:31:18 to 8:49:26, we show that her phone was locked.
At 8:31, there's an orientation change. Does the data reflect that her phone was unlocked at that period of time?
That's
That is
leading.
correct.
All right. And then what happens after that at 8:31 and 18 seconds?
Her device is locked until 8:49:26.
8:49:26, is that correct?
8:49:26.
All right. At 8:32,
25, we have an entry in green and then a line going down. Can you explain to the jury that those time periods and what, if any, significance they have?
So green is going to reflect Paul Murdaugh. Anytime you see green, it's going to be Paul, and purple is going to be Maggie. That's reflecting that his iPhone moved approximately 283 steps during that time period. So on the left-hand side, as we go down, and you're going to see other data entry points, if you see the green next to it, that means that those steps are being traveled during that time frame.
And now we have a map. Whose phone is that?
This is also going to be Paul Murdaugh's, and this is going to be his iPhone location data.
All right, and where is that iPhone location data located?
That's going to be at the kennel area of the property.
All right, and tell me the time periods that he is at the kennels at this point in time.
At this point in time, he's at the kennels at 8:38:07 p.m., 8:44:53, 8:44:55, and 8:44:56.
The circles, they talked about how strong the signal was to narrow it down.
What happens at 8:40?
They clearly had a very fast dinner.
Phone is at the kennels.
Paul calls Rogan Gibson. It shows answered for 4 minutes and 14 seconds.
Starting at what time?
8:40:20.
And if you have about a 4-minute call, what time does that end?
8:44.
And then he tries to FaceTime to show him the dog.
8:44:34. What, if anything, does Paul's phone indicate?
So at 8:44:34, Paul Murdaugh initiates a FaceTime video call with Rogan Gibson. It shows answered 11 seconds long. And that's based off of Paul and Rogan's information.
And then at 8:44:55, what does it reflect on Paul's phone?
This is when this video was extracted and created through Paul's phone, which shows Alex, Maggie, and, well, you can hear Alex, Maggie, and Paul in the background.
That's the kennel video at
That's
8:44.
That's a kennel video that's been in previous testimony, correct?
For those of you commenting on Paul's battery,
Following
I think
below
he's
that,
losing it because he's trying
at
to video and
8:47
FaceTime
and
with rough
8:48,
reception.
does
That
Paul
makes sense to
continue
me.
to communicate with his phone?
He does. He uses the iMessage feature in his phone to send a couple messages to Megan Kimbrell.
His last conversations.
And it looks like it's based off of movie recommendations.
Are those communications for 10 minutes or just for a couple of minutes or a minute or so?
A minute or so.
And her last text to him is, "No, I need something happy. Don't like watching sad movies."
Going to
That's the
the-
last text he reads.
Top of page 19. What time do we see there?
8:48:29.
All right. And what's going on? What's Paul doing?
He's receiving a message from Megan, and we have some backlight on data at 8:48:56.
All right. And the next entry, tell me the time periods for that entry.
8:48:58.
This
to
is the prosecution's theory of when the
8:49:01.
murders happened right here.
All right. And what happens there?
Paul Murdaugh's phone that's the last time that it was unlocked,
Ever?
ever. (8:49:01).
And the next activity that we'll see on Paul's phone occurred when?
We have a backlight off from 8:49 to,
Going back to 8:48 to 8:49:01, you said that was when Paul's phone was last unlocked?
that is correct.
And continue on with that data entry, what does it indicate? What's the next time ever that Paul's phone shows any activity?
10:18. That's when,
And the 8:48 to 8:49
oh,
PM?
I'm sorry, next activity notification is going to be the Rogan Gibson call at 9:58:35. That's the next time that any activity or notification shows up on his phone.
Fred, I'm trying to focus. It's very important information.
Looking at this entry
You comfortable?
with the green line on the right side, what are those time periods there, and what do they represent starting at 8:49:01?
Starting at 8:49:01 to 10:34:23, Paul's phone shows device locked.
The state's going to argue that this indicates
And until
Paul
it
was
died
killed
at
first
10:34.
and Maggie was killed
It was
second.
not.
8:49:01 is the last time before that Paul had ever unlocked his phone.
That is correct.
The state keeps asking that because that is when they think, right after then
Just
is
a
when
few
they think he was
seconds
killed.
later, does Maggie's phone reflect any activity?
It does. 8:49:26, so approximately 26 seconds later, her phone unlocks for text message notification, and it implements an orientation change.
And was that text message about Mr. Randolph that you earlier referred to?
That is correct, that group message.
Alex's phone is off this whole time. Alex's phone does not go back on until
I
9:02.
believe it was in response to Lynn.
The prosecution's going to have to argue
And at
Some of the voids.
8:49:31,
where
here
information
in red,
isn't.
what happens to Maggie's phone? Just seconds later,
Maggie Murdaugh's phone locks forever
forever. Until when?
Law
until it's
enforcement
recovered the next
unlocks
day
it.
at 1:10 p.m.
On June 8th.
on June 8th by law enforcement.
Do both Maggie and Paul's phone lock forever around 8:49?
They do.
And that's the prosecution's theory of when the murders occurred, is at 8:49. Paul's first, then Maggie's.
At 8:49:35, does Paul's phone receive a text from anyone?
At least
It
Creighton's
does. It
not
receives a text
Russian.
from Brogan Gibson.
And what does that text say?
See if you can get a good picture of it. Mary Ann, referring to his girlfriend, wants to send it to a girl we know that's a vet. Tell him to sit and stay, and he shouldn't move around too much. That
'Cause
shows
Cash-
unread.
Is a good boy.
You never read that.
Never read it.
According to the investigation, is that the conversation that Paul and Rogan were actively engaged in starting at 8:40?
That is correct.
The kennel video was at what time?
8:44.
And the defendant repeatedly denied that he was ever at those kennels with the victims just minutes
not looking at the
before
witness.
their phones go
He's looking at the
silent
jury.
forever.
Objection.
Basis for the objection.
It's leading.
Don't leave your witness. Restate the question.
It is. It's
Did the
argument,
defendant
actually.
repeatedly deny ever being at the kennels at that
Yes.
time period?
Yes, he did.
The jury knows
Various
this, though,
interviews with
Creighton.
law enforcement.
The jury remembers that he lied about
Was
being
that
at the
kennel
kennels.
video? What time was that kennel video?
8:44.
And what time did Paul and Maggie's phones go silent forever?
8
Answered it several times.
Objection is overruled.
8:49.
Excuse me, Your Honor, he's
is when their
banging
phones
on
went
about the
silent
same
forever.
shit. The jury knows. The jury knows this timeline. This timeline might be enough, because there's things
At
in the
8:53,
timeline that
we
cut
see
towards
the
him lying, but there's
activity
things that
on
cut the other way
Maggie's
too.
phone.
So it
We
might
do
be
at this
enough.
time, as you can see
Might
to
not
the
be
right,
enough.
her phone is locked, but we do see that 59 steps were traveled over the period of 8:53 to 8:55.
And that just means the phone
I
was moving,
can't cut
correct?
you and tight.
That is correct.
I need my hands for a
Do we
moment.
see some orientation changes as well?
We do between
is so pissed at me.
8:53:08 and 8:55:32, we see various orientation changes, which would indicate someone has the phone based on previous testimony.
Moving on to page 20, at the top, we have 8:55, and we have a reference to a data point. Can you explain that to the jury, whose phone that is, and just generally what that is based on information gathered in the investigation?
8:55:48?
8:55:48, yes, sir.
That's just a internal application running in the background for Maggie Murdaugh's phone. It's just, the iPhones will take a random snapshot of what's going on in the phone. So that's just reflecting that there was some, behind the scenes stuff happening. in
For
her
those of
phone.
you asking, the dog video was never sent to Rogan Gibson. It was recorded,
It's not saying
but
that
never
someone was
sent.
actively using it.
Rogan never saw the video until law enforcement showed it to him. Yes, there is a Ponard in my lap. So now we're getting into Maggie's phone and Alex's phone moving afterwards. Are they moving together? Are they not? Fred is very annoyed when I stop petting him. Fred is rambunctious. Fred is rambunctious.
Right here at the bottom of page 13, we have a reference to step data on Alex's phone.
That's correct.
And what are those time periods?
8:05:35 to 8:09:52. It's showing 54 steps traveled.
All right. We'll turn into page 20.
Ah. He's zooming. There is cat hair on the mic, Fred. Let me say hi to Lana.
What suddenly happens to Alex's phone around 9:02?
Pretty much wakes up
And what data point is reflected?
from 9:02:18 p.m. to 9:06:47. It shows 283 steps traveled.
And how long? How many minutes, roughly?
5 minutes, 5-6 minutes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 521 to your testimony and see if you recognize that.
I do.
And tell me what that is, please.
This is going to be a pay spreadsheet for Paul Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Alex Murdaugh that I created.
All right. Your Honor, this time I would offer States 521 into evidence.
No objection.
Submit it.
Can I have the other one, please?
I want to go back. I want to get back to the steps because I want to look at whether
General, if I could have the screen.
is Alec walking back from the kennels and at what time he's walking back or running back from the kennels. I've got questions. I want to go back to that and see it again real quick. So,
All right, tell the jury real quick, as we look at this exhibit just admitted.
We have the
just
timeline
generally,
witness on
we
the
have at
stand.
top. Tell them quickly
the
what
pinned
this is and what these
tweet.
columns represent. Explain this chart, if you would.
First column entry, that's just going to be from all the various entries from the phone data. We have a start time, we have a end time, we have the time elapsed in between the estimated amount of steps, and then we have a steps per minute calculation, which is going to be the far right.
And the
Oh, so if
steps,
they
those are
show
the
it,
data
they'll be
entries
able to
from the
show he's
timeline
running.
You've been testifying to as reflected from the phone data.
interesting.
That is correct.
And then the last column is just a simple calculation of steps based on the time periods of those readings.
That is correct.
And the last step readings that we have on Paul's phone are from what time to what
Fred.
time?
Fred.
The last step reading from Paul's phone is 8:32 to 8:42.
We have one for Maggie as well, is that correct?
We do. Her last time frame is going to be 8:53 to 8:55.
And then down at the bottom.
Fred
who
is
do we
trying to
have?
turn the camera off.
This is going to be Alex Murdaugh's pay spreadsheet.
Now I'm just going to take a picture and show you all what he's doing.
Let's talk about this a little bit.
Fred, I am trying to stream.
If you would, start with entry 21,
Get off the camera.
and what time periods is that? This is Alex's phone, correct?
This is going to be Alex Murdaugh's phone,
Right, time period?
6:52 to 7:02.
How many steps?
Approximately 283.
And how many steps per minute based on a simple math calculation?
Estimated 29.34.
All right? 22, time period, steps, and steps per minute.
7:03 to 7:11, approximately 165 steps, estimated 19.20 steps per minute.
24,
24 is going to be 7:28 to 7:37, approximately 47 steps, and estimated 5.46
Fred is feisty today.
steps per minute.
Fred is sick of me streaming this
25.
trial.
7:41 to
Trying to turn off the
7:48,
camera.
showing approximately 29 steps, 3.97 steps per minute.
26,
26 is showing 7:55 to 8:05, 270
902
steps.
to 906,
approximately,
70 steps per minute.
28.2 steps per minute.
Moving a lot faster.
28.
28 is going to be the 805 to 809. It's showing approximately 74 steps. That's 17.28 steps per minute.
And as you testified,
70 steps per
That
minute's
was
not a casual
last-
pace.
entry on Alex's phone before we get to the 9 o'clock hour. Is
Sure
that
looks like
correct?
he's running to
That's
me.
correct.
It looks like he's moving faster than he normally moves.
What time was the video
Let's
again?
say that.
8:44.
I think that's more
p.m.
accurate.
Let's talk about 27. What's the time period there?
Time period to be 902 to 906.
How many steps?
283 steps, 70.75 steps per minute estimated.
You moved the
He's a
camera
busy guy
now.
Right then, wasn't he?
It appears.
Get your paw off. Completely moved the camera.
Was that, what was
902
the average
is
steps
when he
per minute
just
from
woke up.
902 to 906?
70.75.
And was that far in excess of any ratings on his phone in those prior entries?
According to this table, yes.
Could I have the computer back again, please?
That's a much faster pace when he's supposed to just wake up and go to his mom's. That's much quicker. Sorry, that's much quicker pace when he wakes up and goes, he's supposed to be just waking up and going to mom. So that's a much faster pace.
We have a map here on Paul's phone.
I don't think
Very quickly
Alec
what that
knew his
represents.
phone could
This is
do
going to be
that.
based off of Verizon records for Paul Murdaugh, and it's showing 903.22 and 903.30, just showing what cell towers it was painting off of.
Again,
This is
his
what
phone
Fred's
still locked
doing
during this time?
while I'm trying to
That
stream.
is correct. Paul and Maggie's phones are still locked to this time.
That
Bottom of page 20, we got a
That
pink
is the
box.
cat.
What does that reflect?
on my camera.
That's from the FBI telemetry data, just showing a system startup with the telemetry system.
On which
It's gonna be,
vehicle?
Alex Murdaugh's 2021 Suburban.
We're in
Is there
full
a
code,
CDR
Fred.
reference to Mary Ann
Full
Dempsey
code, Fred.
attempting to call Paul?
There is.
Mary Ann Dempsey again is who?
Rogan Gibson's girlfriend at the time.
I like that he says at the time, just so we're clear.
We have two entries after that. Can you explain those entries to the jury and tell the jury what those are, please?
Yep. So at 9:03:52 to 9:04:23, Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone backlight is on. At 9:04:23, Alex Murdaugh calls Maggie Murdaugh, shows 18 seconds in his CDRs. This does not show on that Dylan Hightower first extraction or the second extraction. And it also shows missed on Maggie's phone extraction.
That's
That was missing
interesting.
from Alex's phone, correct?
That is correct. In the call log, it is.
Yeah,
missing.
but counsel, you argued he's manufacturing an alibi. If he's manufacturing an alibi, why is he deleting phone calls? That doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense.
9:05:15, is there any activity on Alex's phone?
It shows that Alex Murdaugh calls Randolph Murdaugh, 18 seconds. Does not show on Dylan Hightower extraction or the second extraction, just on the CDRs.
We have a pinkish box. What does that represent?
Pinkish box can represent that system startup for the telemetry data for the 21 Suburban.
At 9:06:12, what happens?
Between 9:06:12 and 9:06:20, Maggie Murdaugh's phone implements orientation change from portrait to orientation sideways.
That starts at 9:06:12.
Yes, and it goes to 9:06:20.
The orientation starts to change. What happens 2 seconds after that orientation starts to change?
At 9:06:14, so that's 2 seconds afterwards, the phone receives an incoming call from Alex.
Was that
OMG,
call
it's
on
Dan.
the
I had a
call log
great
when
point
Dylan
in the
Hightower
chat.
downloaded the defendant's phone?
It was not.
I was trying to grab it and I lost it. But asking if the running or the increased steps are trying to catch Bubba. It's a very fair question. Are those increased steps trying to catch Bubba and the damn chicken?
906:14 and 906:15, are those referencing that missed call from, that showed up on Maggie's phone?
That is correct.
And you're right, he might have been calling it to try to
906:20,
find
still seeing
Maggie's
an
phone.
orientation change?
Yep, that's when the orientation ended.
Moving down to the bottom of page 21, we have a bluish and a green box. Tell the jury what that is.
So, according to the FBI telemetry data, the blue is going to indicate a shift in the transmission, and then green is going to show driving.
And the GPS data
The
confirms
Suburban's
that.
underway.
That is correct, according to the telemetry data.
At the bottom of page 21, is there another call from Murdaugh's phone to Maggie's phone?
There is at 9:06:52, Alex calls Maggie. It shows 7 seconds long, and that's based off of CDRs since it was deleted off the call history.
It wasn't on Alex's extraction, correct?
It was not.
Remember, Alex showed
Two missed
police
calls?
that night
Two
his
missed
phone.
calls.
Then they downloaded it on June 10th, a few days later. So they showed him, and
Moving
in
to
that
page
first interview, go
22,
back and watch, he's saying it's
At
on
the
my
top,
phone and showing
what, if
them.
anything, is
But
Alex
then it's
Murdaugh's
gone when
phone
they download
in
it June
relation to
10th.
Suburban?
So it's just showing that, the device connected to the car, when you get in your car, your phone will pair. It's just showing a device
Sometimes.
connection to iPhone.
Sometimes it'll.
And then the next entry, there's a time range there. Explain that time range to the jury and what that means.
So starting at 9:07 and going till 9:44, 9:31:44, her backlight is off
The backlight is off. That entire time period.
that entire time period. It was on, but now for this time period, from 9:07 to 9:31, it's going to show off.
Going to this map, is that some of the cast data that you did, that you've testified to the jury?
This is a previous slide that we had up. It's showing at 9:07:06. The Suburban is leaving 4147 Moselle Road.
Two calls to Maggie.
You can
Does
see that
the
this has been the
Suburban
most important
just
part
take
of the
a quick
trial,
right
'cause
and go
this
down this road right there
what
to
people
the
are watching
kennels, or
across
does
the
it just
internet.
continue straight on?
It just continues straight on.
Doesn't stop by the kennels for a second, does it? Doesn't stop by the kennels.
His vehicle does not stop by the kennels.
Keeps right on going.
It's right on going to Moselle Road, makes a right.
Doesn't go to the kennels, but we knew that. It's just, a lot of this is confirming what has been
Going down to
shown
the
by
bottom
both sides this
of
entire
page
trial.
22.
Both sides.
It's just another data point. It's showing the approximate location of Maggie Murdaugh's phone when it was located. And at 9:08:36, it's showing 42 miles an hour on Moselle Road. And in reference, we're coming up to Godley Farm Road on Moselle Road. This is at 9:08:36.
And then we have, below that, we have a reference to a data point that you previously showed to the jury at 9:08:42.
Yep, it's going to be on the next page.
All right.
Fred's planning his next
Be
plan
at
of attack.
9:08:42. It's showing approximate miles per hour of 45 in reference to where the phone was found the next day.
And what's the speed on the defendant's vehicle at that point?
45 miles an hour.
And is Maggie's backlight off during this time period, this entire time period?
Her phone is locked, yes.
We know that they're
The backlight
arguing
is
that that's when Alec threw the phone. The defense questions that timeline and is arguing that that is not when Maggie's phone threw, or not when Maggie's phone had its last orientation change. So
At
the defense
9:08:58?
questions when that phone
What do we see?
was yeeted.
Alex Murdaugh sends a iMessage to Maggie stating, "Going to check on M, be right back." This shows unread in Maggie's phone.
It's interesting that they spelled it EM because they called M. Libby.
Moving on, does
I would've-
Alex's phone
think it
reflect a
would've been-
series of calls being made?
It does.
Tell me about the first one.
First one's gonna be at 9:10:47. Alex calls Buster. It shows 60 seconds long. That's based off of CDR since it's not in his phone extractions.
I wonder what that conversation was.
That's
with
again also
Buster.
missing from that entire series of events around the time of the murders that was not on Alex's extraction when it was downloaded.
That is correct. It's not in the call log.
I'll move on. Your Honor.
Been asked and answered.
The objection was asked and answered, and it is Creighton's getting very repetitive. I actually think the defense should let him because it loses its power every time he says
Got a
it.
9/12/14. What if any activity is
So-
reflected on the defendant's phone?
Alex Murdaugh calls Chris Wilson. It shows 42 seconds long. That's based off his CDRs because it's not in any of his phone extractions or call log.
Includes connection time as well.
It does.
Moving on to page 24, we have a map. Tell
Oh,
the jury
Julia, that's a good
quickly what
point.
this map reflects.
This is going to be an Alex Murdaugh location map from Verizon. It's going to show at 9/12/14 what tower and what sector it's pinging off of, and then at 9/18/46 what tower it's pinging off of. The red dot's going to be Moselle. Green one is going to be the Alameda property.
Angela, we are definitely at code
Moving on to the
orange.
next map, is
I
that
changed the
similar
lights.
information of the defendant's trip from Moselle to Alameda?
It's similar. It's just going to show you the coverage areas for each tower.
And then on page
Tying
26, what
together
does
the
this map
tower
reflect?
information
This
is
is going to be
very
Verizon records for
interesting.
CB Row. Far right, the little red dot, that's going to be Moselle. Blue dot is going to be CB Row's home in Brunson. This is just showing the cell tower data at the time frame of 9/14, 9/20, and 9/21
And?
in 11:37 p.m.
CB Row's
This is
phone.
close to Fairfax, just for reference.
He's pinging in the arc near his home over here in Fairfax, is that right?
That is correct.
Well, that
Where's
assumes
Moselle?
facts, not in evidence. We don't-
Moselle's going to be that
No,
red,
that's-
that red dot to the right.
We don't know that's where his home is. Like, that's not in evidence at all. Where CB Row lives is not in evidence.
At 9/18/46, what if any activity is reflected on the defendant's phone?
At 9/18/46, Alex Murdaugh calls John Marvin Murdaugh. It shows 106 seconds, and that's from his CDR since it's not on either phone extraction call log.
All right, we're on page 26 now. Tell the jury quickly what this map reflects.
There's also going to be Verizon records from Alex Murdaugh's phone plotted. It's showing starting at 6:20:34 all the way to 9:46:35. It's showing from the cell tower in the sector of Alameda.
You said 6/24 or 9/20?
I'm sorry, 9:20:34.
So roughly 20-minute period at
Rough-
Alameda?
Roughly 20 minutes, correct.
Moving over to page 27, what is this map?
This is just going to be a zoomed-in picture from the previous one, just showing the same time frame, just showing a little bit more zoomed in from the cell tower in proximity to Alameda.
At 9/20:34, what if anything happens on the defendant's phone?
At this time, Chris Wilson calls Alex at 9:20:34. It shows for 131 seconds, and we got this data from his CDR since it does not show on either one of his extractions. And during that time, Claude CB Row at 9:21:36 calls, but Alex does not answer it.
So
And again,
it's interesting,
this
they
phone was
put
pinged
every
back
single
in the
time
town
that those
Fairfax
calls
at
don't
that
show
time
up on their
period,
call
That is
log.
correct.
They're going to make
We
sure
see
people
the
know he
blue and
deleted
green
it.
box.
But
Tell
I
the
think
jury
it
what's
goes
happening
against
with
their
the box.
argument that he's manufacturing an alibi if
So
he's
at
deleting his calls.
21:22, which that's military time, it's going to be 9:22. Green is going to show vehicle movement, and blue is going to show transmission shifting.
And
the
is
telemetry
that
data.
consistent with the OnStar data at 9/22:49 of him arriving in Alameda?
It is.
Fred, what did you just throw off my desk?
And on page 28, is that data point that you just referenced?
That is correct, 9:22:39.
As cats do, if you don't pay attention to them, they throw things off of surfaces.
Starting about 9:22, does Alex's phone reflect any step activity?
It does 9:22:39 to 9:32:14. We're showing approximately 195 steps taken on his phone.
At 9:24:13, what, if anything, does the defendant phones reflect?
He calls Libby Murdaugh, which would be his mom, shows 20 seconds long. That's from his CDRs because it's not on either phone extraction.
He should have
That would
called
be the
Shelley.
the landline at Alameda?
Oh, is
That's
that the
correct.
landline? So that's the call to
After
Shelley.
that, is there another missed call from Rogan to Paul?
There is at 9:26:06 p.m.
He could have just asked, what are the next calls?
And then at 9:31:44, is that the first backlight activity on Maggie's phone since that time period you testified earlier about 9:07?
That is correct.
At 9:34, around that same time, is there any communication on Maggie's phone around the time of that backlight activity?
There is at 9:34:14. Rogan Gibson sends an iMessage to Maggie Murdaugh saying, tell Paul to call me. And that shows unread,
Never read?
never read.
Do we also have backlight activity associated with a missed call to Maggie's phone?
We do at 9:34:20.
I like how
Up
they
here at 9:34 to
interwove the car with
9:36:20, it
this.
says Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone backlight. Is that backlight off?
That's going to be backlight off.
Just the off is missing from the words?
That is correct.
Well,
9:35 and
in your
9:45,
timeline-
2-minute period. Is there any activity on Alex's phone?
backlight off
It's
and on
showing
is kind of
approximately 60
important.
steps taken on his phone during that time frame.
So they're going to argue, the defense is going to argue that
Also, as you see on the right-hand
9:36
side,
is Maggie's
Paul
phone
and
being
Maggie's phones
heated.
are locked. It's referenced with the lines.
With the
and
iPhone,
color coordination
backlight
on
off,
the right-hand
backlight on.
side.
And those lines have been continuing through the past few
They've been
pages.
continuing, correct.
I think that's the time they argued that the phone got dumped.
We have some orange and purple boxes. Quickly tell the jury what those are.
So the orange color is going to be that system startup from previous testimony from Falkowski. And then the pink is going to be engine running propulsion.
And is there another missed call from Rogan to Paul?
There is at 9:42:17, there's a missed call. And then we have Alex's Suburban showing a device connection at 9:42:49, which is consistent with the data
All right.
telemetry.
Suburban's leaving Alameda around this time?
That is correct, 9:43:18. We show it starting at 2 miles an hour.
We have some additional telemetry consistent with him leaving.
We do.
Is there any activity on Maggie's phone at this point?
So at 9:44:04 to 9:45:04, it shows that her backlight was off.
And is there a missed call associated with that backlight activity or around the same time?
Yes, Maggie Murdaugh received a call from, it's going to show as PA in the phone extraction, which is, it's Alex's number, and it shows missed.
And was that call missing from Alex's phone extraction?
It was missing from both phone extractions.
Going down to 9:46:35, what if any activity do you see?
It shows that Alex Murdaugh called Paul Murdaugh, it shows 18 seconds long, that's with the connection time. And that is based off of Alex's CDRs. It does not show in either extractions.
9:47:23, what do we see, if anything?
Alex sends a iMessage to Maggie stating, "Call me, babe," and that shows unread in Maggie Murdaugh's extraction.
And do we see some backlight activity around the time of that
Oh, so that
text
would have been
message,
when it
that
was
unread text
received,
message?
We do, a couple seconds.
when the text comes in.
Do we have a map here? Just generally, what does this reflect?
We do. This is going to reflect the coverage area of the cell tower between Moselle and Alameda.
And this is whose phone?
This is going to be Alex Murdaugh's phone. This is going to be his Verizon records, not location data from phone.
Moving towards the direction of Moselle?
That is correct.
Additional maps consistent with that as testified to by Matt Wild?
That is correct, just showing coverage area.
They're showing the pings in the, they're showing the pings in the maps
At 9:52.
above, and then they're
15.
showing what happens below it. So they are showing the pings
What
in
the
those
activity
maps
is
that
on
you
Alex
see.
phone.
And then below it, they're showing
So
the
at
activity.
9:52:15, Alex Murdaugh sends an iMessage to Chris Wilson saying, "Call me if up."
Just around the time where he's running 80 miles an hour.
That's correct. 9:51:43 is when we have the 80.16 mile per hour.
All right, moving over to the next page, is there any further activity?
I mean, I know
Alex
when
ends up
I'm driving 80
receiving a
miles
call
an hour
from
down the
Chris
road, which
Wilson
happens
at
sometimes.
9:52:59.
My music's generally
Shows
very
42
loud.
seconds long with connection. That is also not on either extraction. And at
It's odd, but they're like-
9:53:55.
So he's driving
receives
80
another
when he
call
calls
from
Chris Wilson,
Shows 123 seconds. And that is on his CDRs, but not on either phone extraction.
We know they talked, and Chris Wilson said there was nothing odd in their conversation.
And then from, at about 9:56:57, what if any activity do you see on Alex's phone?
So from 9:56:57 to 10:06:57.
However,
it shows that
nothing
Alex
sounds
Murdaugh
odd in
traveled
Alex 911 when he
231
got shot in the head
231
either,
steps
so there's that.
traveled during that time.
Starting at what time?
9:56:57 to 10:06:57.
Remind the jury what time the 911 call was.
It was 10:06:14.
Chris Wilson, I think, already talked about the call in his testimony.
At
They were talking
9:57 and
about work.
9:58, what activities reflected on Paul's records?
So Rogan Gibson calls Paul Murdaugh, shows 4 seconds, and that's based off of CDRs. And then at 9:58:35, Rogan sends a text message to Paul stating, "Yo."
And that hits Paul's phone?
That is correct. And
Is it overread?
It shows unread from his phone extraction.
Because of course he did, because they were in the middle of a conversation, and so when he doesn't respond to the
We have a
conversation,
bunch of
Rogan
green and
tries to
blue
get his
boxes.
mom
Is
to
this
call
what
him,
telemetry
to
data
have him call him, and then
This is,
Goes through
green's
it.
gonna represent drives, and blue is gonna represent some kind of gear shifting with the vehicle.
But the GM OnStar data reflects what, about 10 on the dot?
It reflects him pulling into the driveway at 4147 Moselle Road, the main entrance.
And where did the Suburban go first?
Suburban went directly to the house, bottom left.
It didn't go to the kennels first, it went to the house first?
That is correct.
And what time does it arrive at the house?
it's an interesting
What time? Right
argument.
there in that map, that's what, the map at the top?
That's
of-
what, the time that it pulls into the driveway.
I wonder if he'll say, if he's texting Maggie and he's like, call me, why didn't he just
Sorry.
go in through the kennels to see if they were there? Because there's an entry there. Why not go past the kennels before you go to the house? I don't know if that's really anything at all. I mean, people generally follow habit, and if his habit is to go in the other way. But we heard
At 10:03,
contradicting evidence on that
36
too.
PM,
That if people were at the
is-
kennels, they
there's
would
two
go in and out
entries
through
around
that
time. Can you
entrance.
tell the jury what any activity you see as it relates to Maggie's phone?
So Alex Murdaugh calls Maggie Murdaugh's phone at 10:03:58, and backlight is on associated with that.
Chris Bowman, yes,
And
the
then starting
jury.
about 10:04:08, what don't we see for time period?
So from 10:04:08 to 10:46:40, there is a gap in activity. I don't see any activity on Maggie's phone at all through the Knowledge C database.
The jury is allowed to take whatever exhibits they
10:05:06,
find helpful
what, if
back to the
anything,
jury
does the
room
data
and use
reflect?
them. Watch
It
videos,
reflects Alex's Suburban leaving the
look
main
through the paper
house
exhibits,
based on the GM data.
photos. They get all of that.
Going over to page 35, is this one of your cast maps?
Yes, it is. It's 10:05:06, and it's showing the time the Suburban starts to leave down to the kennels.
And going to the next map, what time is that?
Next map's going to be 10:05:57.
What-
That's the arrival time at the kennels.
That's
According to
very
that
fast.
GPS location data.
Yes, sir, from GM and OnStar.
10:05:57. He's at the kennels, and then he
What's that
calls
time again?
911.
It's going to be 10:05:57.
The asked and answered is excessive.
Down at the bottom of the page, what time is the 911 call?
10:06:14.
How many seconds of that from the time the Suburban arrives at the kennels and he calls 911?
Roughly 20 seconds.
It's fast.
20 seconds?
That's correct.
They're going to argue that he knew what he was going to find, and that's why they called so fast. The defense is going to argue it was readily apparent that Paul was dead, and so he called. Creighton, we get it.
The defendant's statements to law enforcement shortly after the crime, that he went over and checked the bodies and that sort of thing?
I do.
What, if anything, in his statements to law enforcement did the defendant say about what he did when he arrived at the scene?
The defendant stated that he went and checked on Paul and Maggie to check the bodies.
And from the moment
That OnStar
Suburban
data,
arrived at
man.
the
That
kennels, how long did
OnStar.
it take for that 911 call to be made?
Less than 20 seconds.
20 seconds to get out of the car, see what he sees, get his phone that's probably in the car. Because do you take your phone out of the car with you? Interesting. That OnStar data is very, very close.
Another call from Rogan to Paul that
But
never
why
been
lie about
That is correct.
why
10:08,
lie about
27,
checking the
answer.
bodies? That OnStar data they did not have last week.
10:11:54, what happens?
This is when Alex Murdaugh was on the 911 call, stated he was going to go get a gun. This was at 10:11:54. This is when the Suburban is shown leaving the kennels.
He does what he says he's going to do.
And down
Well,
at
we
the
know he
bottom of
lies.
page 36, we see another map. What does
Whether
that
he
reflect?
kills is the
That's going to be
question.
10:13:54. And on the next page, it's going to show the map. That's when
That wasn't me.
the Suburban left the main house going back to the kennels.
And what time does the location data reflect that the Suburban arrived back at the kennels?
10:14:30 is when it's going to reflect driving back to the kennels. Or approximately. This is when he's coming into the view of the kennels.
That OnStar data,
And what time does the 911 call end?
So the 911 call is going to end at 10:17. And then the step data is what the 10:16:37 p.m. is referring to. That's going to be when his step data ended. I believe it was 594 steps taken.
After the 911 call, does the defendant's phone reflect any activity?
It does. It shows him calling Randy Murdaugh. Shows 16 seconds long.
He told
That could be
911, "I'm
time.
gonna call family."
And that's based off his CDRs. It was
And he
not
does?
found on either extraction. And then also we have a 10:18 where he's sending a text message to Randy saying, please call me emergency.
Is there step activity around this time analysis phone?
There is 10:18:53 to 10:28:05. We're showing approximately 525 steps taken during that time frame.
that's a lot of steps.
And does Paul's backlight come on again?
Because if he's pacing, it might not
It
show
does
steps.
10:18:08 to 10:18:20. We're showing backlight.
Was that after the 911 call had ended?
No. I'm sorry, yes. Yes, it was.
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was. So 10:17 is when the 911 call ended, and this would have been at 10:18:08. So this would have been right after.
And the last text that hit Paul's phone was from whom?
Rogan Gibson.
Yo.
I believe it said yo.
Paul's phone still hitting, of course, that
It's
kennel
just,
location?
it's so
That is
normal
correct.
in
This
such
is going to be off of his
horrific
iPhone
context that it's
location
just
data.
kind of
And where was
chilling.
Paul's phone found
Rogan's
again,
like,
according
"Bro,
to your knowledge of
yo."
the investigation?
It was
Call
found
me.
on Paul's rear end, facing up.
Top of page 39, we have a map. What does that reflect?
This is going to reflect Verizon records for Alex Murdaugh, starting at 10:19 all the way to 11:18. And it's just showing the sector it was pinging off
The
of.
deleted calls,
And that's in the area of Moselle Road.
I think it cuts,
All right,
again,
we
I
have
think
a
it
range
cuts
of
both
times there
ways.
from the 10
Because the
inch hours
prosecution
to the
argued an
11
opening, he was
PM,
manufacturing an
that's
alibi,
the
then why
there.
delete it?
That is correct.
Why not show all the calls? And I think it goes the other way
Alex
too.
phone
Well, he
reflect
only
a couple
wanted some
that
calls
were
to
not
show.
on his extraction, but in the CDRs?
It does.
It also shows the
To what
extraction.
It's going to be to Randy Murdaugh, John Marvin, and then Rogan Gibson, and then
10.
Christie.
And he tells police he makes those calls.
What, if any, activity does Paul's phone reflect?
So Paul's phone shows a
And he shows
display
them that
on
night.
screen auto lock. It's been locked, it's just documenting a auto lock.
Display on auto lock? Mm-hmm. And now, auto lock can be consistent with what, according to your understanding?
According to my understanding is that auto lock could be, it doesn't recognize like a face, so automatically locks, or it could be just hitting like on the iPhone, the power button on the side.
And what was the last text that hit Paul's phone again? Who was it from?
Rogan Gibson.
And what does the defendant do just seconds later?
Calls Rogan Gibson.
Oh.
Was that on the Dillon Hightower extraction?
It was not on the Dillon Hightower extraction or the second one.
So they're going to argue he saw Rogan's
You
text
mentioned
to
before
Paul.
that there was a group text about Mr. Randolph's health. And when did the defendant finally read that text?
The following day, so that'd be June 8th, 2021.
At 10:22:09, was there a text that the defendant read?
There was 10/22/09. He received a group text message from Michael Gunn and a few people saying she brought the heat from Miami boys, and it was read the same night at 10:38:42 p.m. An associated picture is below.
What? Wait, what is...
10:24 and the 10:25 hours? What, if
Wait.
anything, does the
What?
defendant's phone reflect?
Alex tries to call Rogan, and then he sends an iMessage.
I'm going to
stating,
need you to
"Call
back
me."
up. Hold on.
then he,
I'm sorry. Y'all,
Defendant's
I've got... What the fuck is this group
She brought
text? I am...
09, he received a group text
I'm-
message from Michael Gunn and
Y'all, I need to know what is happening with this group text because it's so out of left field. We've heard nothing about this, but is he reading this while he's waiting for law enforcement to come because his son and wife are dead? What is happening with this group text?
a few people saying she brought the heat from Miami boys.
From Michael Gunn, from Forge.
And it was read the same night at 10:38:42 p.m. An associated picture is below.
Forge. That's from Forge. Okay, so then at 10:24 he calls Rogan Gibson. Then at 10:24 he iMessages Rogan Gibson, call me. Then at 10:25 he FaceTimes Rogan Gibson. And then at 10:25 the first deputy is on scene. Y'all.
10:24 and the 10:25 hours, what, if anything, does the defendant's phone reflect?
Alex tries to call Rogan.
They said they were friends.
And then he sends an iMessage stating, "Call me." And then he attempts to do a FaceTime, and this is going to be the first log that we see on his phone records is going to be this FaceTime call with Rogan on his extraction.
Do you think Michael Gunn knew this was going to be in the timeline?
Multiple attempts to contact Rogan. Huh?
Or not?
That's correct.
At what time does law enforcement arrive on the scene?
Approximately 10:25 is when the first deputy arrived on scene.
And we saw that body cam.
10:25?
That is correct.
We see step activity around this time on Alex's phone?
We do, so we had a group of step activity end at 10:28:54, and then we had a new group start at 10:28:54 that goes to 10:37:27.
I'm
It's
just
showing 320 steps.
Putting on a
traveled approximately.
1.25 so we can catch back up. For all of you that are watching on multiple monitors, I'm sorry.
It reflects at 10:29:17 a call to Randy that shows answered 42 seconds long. That's also not on the extraction. And then a FaceTime with Rogan at 10:30:31 that does show on the extraction.
That was attempted FaceTime?
That's correct.
Rogan didn't answer the calls.
I believe in previous testimony, Rogan said he was asleep during the time.
Rogan didn't answer any of those calls.
Moving on to page 41.
This is going to be a Paul Murdaugh Verizon records. This is just going to show the the tower and then just the location.
Y'all, I don't
You
know
can
if
see Moselle
Gunn's
Road.
married. I don't know if that's
It's at
Gunn's wife.
10:34
I don't know.
time
I'm
period.
just, it's so random that it's in this timeline.
Is there a display on
It's just so
activity
odd.
on Paul's phone, but also
Like, what is
a
happening?
phone call from Nolan Tootin around that time?
That is correct around 10:34.
Ah! That was me.
It's showing display on and then a Nolan Tootin phone call.
And then finally, What time does Paul's phone finally die?
Paul's phone finally dies at 10:24 p.m. on June 7th, 2021.
Almost 2 hours after the kennel video?
That is correct.
Maggie's phone stays locked until when?
Oh, that's right. He
Following
is
day,
married.
June 8th,
Alec and
around
Maggie went to the wedding.
1:10
Maybe that's his
PM when the
wife.
investigators
Let's go with
found it.
that's his wife. Let's go with his wife is rocking and she brought the heat in Miami. I don't know. I'm trying not to distract with what Michael Gunn was up to. It's just such a weird thing to include. It's just an odd. It's out of place in this timeline, which it has distracted me because now I want to know why the prosecutors put it in. If the prosecutors put it in to just poke at people, I'm not liking that. But if they put it in to show that he's reading text messages at this time and active on his phone, we already have that through Rogan, Gibson, and others. I just find it very interesting. But yes, the data is the receipts. And so he did a lot and didn't call his wife's family. Your mom is correct. He did a lot and didn't call his wife's family. The prosecution might be being messy, but they're the prosecution. It's not their job to be messy. It's not their job to be messy. He didn't delete that one.
A couple of exhibits. We're almost done, and everybody's hungry. Show you what's been marked as 523. If you're
We haven't seen him call Buster yet.
Recognize that.
I do.
And tell
I
the
didn't see him
jury
call
just
Buster
where
yet.
that's from, please.
This is going to be a text message I retrieved from one of the Cellbrite extraction reports. It's going to be from Paul. to
Oh no, they're
Alex.
not talking about the Miami Heat basketball
Your Honor,
team.
this
If you
time
didn't
I'll
see
take
the photos
523
associated,
Your Honor, we would renew the previous objections. Have no additional objections.
if you didn't see the photo associated, they were not talking about basketball in that text message. So for those of you just listening in the background, that text message to the group was of a woman on a boat, and they were talking about her bringing the heat in Miami. So, but again, could be Michael Gunn's wife. So, I'm not going to speculate on that. The reason I brought it up is because it feels out of place in the whole timeline. But there's a group text with a photo. It's showing that he has cell phone reception. He doesn't call Maggie's family. He doesn't call Buster. He's trying to get in touch with Rogan Gibson, not Buster. He is
Let's say
trying like
5.3.
hell to get in touch with Rogan
This is a
Gibson.
text from which person to which person?
So this is going to be from Paul Murdaugh, and it's going to be it says voicemail. That's going to refer to Alex. This is obtained from his phone. It's going to be the owner. So that's going to be Paul to Alex.
What's the date?
The date is going to be May 6, 2021 at 10:52:13 a.m.
Oh,
What does it say?
shit.
It says, I am still in EB because when you get here, we need to talk. Mom found several bags of pills in your computer bag. And this is again from Paul to Alex
Oh, dear.
on May 6.
We now have multiple testimony that Paul was taking pills from Alec, and we have Alec's phone call interview. No, it was the interview. I think it was the phone call interview. It was one of the 3 interviews we heard yesterday where Alec's saying he doesn't know what he did in the hospital because he was experiencing withdrawal symptoms. And if he was trying to bribe the nurses to call Cousin Eddie, it's because you will do anything when you are in withdrawals. And he's trying to get Cousin Eddie to come bring him pills. This is not the motive that the prosecution has ever argued. They have never argued that this was fueled by withdrawals, ever. They have never argued that. So it might seem odd to the jury if they try to switch gears now. So just saying. But that's a very interesting text message that we have never seen. But if that's the case, why not argue it in opening? Why argue all the financial frauds? I've got thoughts. We're going to have a long talk today, chat. We're going to have to have a long chat. I feel very bad for Paul that he's trying to deal with his dad's addiction with his mom. Because if the addiction is part of what's crashing down in this, that's a whole different thing than the financial crimes.
States 553. See if you recognize this exhibit.
Okay.
This is right before these murders.
I do.
A month
Tell me what
before.
that is.
This is going to be some searched items that I obtained from Maggie Murdaugh's extraction report.
Your Honor, this time it also
This is
states
all new.
553, I believe, without additional objection.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Submit it.
For those of you asking why not show all the
Tell the
motives,
jury what this exhibit is, please.
I
So this
think
is going to be
the
Google
prosecution needs
searches. Far left, you're going to have a timestamp, the source, which is going to be Safari, that's for Apple, and then the value is going to be the searched
Oh,
item.
shit.
And on May 26, 2021, at 11:21 p.m., Maggie searched green gel pill P30. She also searched 11:20 p.m.
These are Maggie's Google searches.
Green gel pill P30, white pill 30 on one side, RP. And if you look to the right, you're going to see a comment that says deleted. That one is showing yes has been deleted. And then
she's
if you go down to
deleting her
row number
internet
4,
searches.
it's going to be May 6,
Safari
2021,
search
from
history.
Safari, white pill 30 on one side, RP, and that's also shown deleted.
So May 6th, there was some type of confrontation regarding the pills. Clearly, Maggie did not have a PDR, but I wouldn't expect Maggie to have a physician's desk reference to look at these pills. She did what everybody else did, and she Googled it.
Could you slide it down just a little bit? I just want to make sure there's not another entry. Okay.
And again, the defense would have known all of this is coming. The defense has all this information. The defense knows all of this. The entire chat Googling green gel. Don't.
I'll show you what's been working, states 556, and see if you recognize this exhibit.
More
I do.
texts
Tell
that
just
we've
general
never
business.
seen.
This is going to be a text message thread between Alex Murdaugh and Russell Lafitte,
And at the time, where did Russell Lafitte work again, to your understanding?
Palmetto State Bank.
Before he was
And Your Honor, this time I'll offer
prosecuted.
states 556, I believe, without additional objection.
No additional objections.
What is he saying to Russell Lafitte?
Objections previously ruled upon.
See the exhibit.
I'm so thankful that Barber is the defense attorney that's going to be doing this cross-examination. You have no idea how thankful I am. So thankful. So thankful. So this is the rest of the storm. The drugs are exposed. His family's asking questions. It sounds like from the sister's testimony, his son is taking his pills from him. In his own words, he says, I don't even know what I would do when I'm starting to go into withdrawal. That was in his words from after the hospital. And if Paul's the one taking his pills, that's a whole different scenario than just the money problems are coming down. It's a whole different situation. The storm is a lot different. The fact that it took us 20 days to get to some kind of cohesive something is real fucking
States 556
frustrating.
up on the screen. And again, tell the people on this text and the time and what it says.
So this is going to be a text from voicemail, which is going to be Alex Murdaugh's phone, to Russell Lafitte. It was sent on June 3rd, 2021 at 3:22 p.m.
Help, I need
This
money.
is from Alex stating, I need to extend farm credit line another $600,000. My dad will sign also if needed. How much turnaround will that take?
His
And again,
dad-
that's from Alex
that's
to
in the
Russell Lafitte
hospital?
on June 3rd, 2021.
Show you two final exhibits, states.
Has anyone applied for a
554
loan
and
that way?
555.
Chat, let me know if you've ever applied for a
You
loan with a
recognize
text
those?
message that said,
do.
I need
And where were those
600K.
These are found from Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone extraction.
Your Honor, this time I offer 554 and 555 into evidence.
His
I believe
dad
that
was in the hospital June 3rd. And then got out of the hospital and then went back in the hospital, I think. I've never applied for a loan that
States
way.
554, who is that?
It's going to be Maggie Murdaugh and her sister.
They look lovely.
States 555, who is that?
It's going to be Buster Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Paul Murdaugh.
Thank you, Special Agent. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, we break for lunch now. For an hour and 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case.
Wait, an hour and 15 minutes puts us back when? Chat, help. It is 1:08 in the East. When does an hour and 15 minutes put us back? The judge might say. The judge might say, but that's my brain has stopped. So the Paul, why'd you have to get involved makes more sense. It does.
Please do not discuss your testimony during lunch. And we'll be in recess.
All right. So 2:25-ish. I think that's right. I will be back right at like 1. I will be back at 1:20. Let's see. I'll be back at 1:20 p.m. after my lunch. That gives me actually time to eat today. All right. So, the court, I was just a little bit behind. So, yeah, I'll be back at 1:20. That makes sense. All right. We're going to answer some questions. We're code Fred this morning because Fred, I think that's the state's last witness. It looks like we're going to have about a 2-hour cross-examination is what they expect. I expect us to keep, here's what's going to happen. Today, we're going to go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And that's what should be happening at this point in a trial. It's like, ooh, it's this, but ooh, it could be that, but ooh, it could be this, but ooh, it could be that. I don't know if we have any solid answers at the end of the state's case. And you might not know that either, and that's okay. We still have at least another week of testimony in the defense's case. So with that, let's go ahead and do a quick swoopy-doop roundup, and then some questions, and then some lunch. Today, we finally got a timeline witness showing where the car was going, what steps were being taken, where the phones were rounded up, that lays the groundwork for, well, I think if anyone's come to a conclusion, it supports their conclusion. But is it going to move anyone one way or the other? If people already think that the state is overreaching and there's not enough evidence here, I think the timeline says to them, hey, there's not enough time to clean this up. But if people are already leaning towards he's definitely involved, the timeline shows more definitively that he could not have done the things he said he did on the 911 call in any way, because the 911 call happened, 15, 17 seconds after he arrived at the kennels. It's a lot of time to process that your wife and son have been shot to pick up the phone and call 911. And we didn't remember, the prosecution didn't have that information. We had not heard any of that information with the hard and fast timeline until GM turned it over last week, because GM responded to the search warrants going, we don't have anything. And then all of a sudden in the middle of trial, GM's like, oh, by the way, we could give you a lot more information. And that information has definitely pinned down the timeline. But I just wonder how the defense will poke holes in this after the lunch break when it comes back on cross-examination. And then there's some random text messages in there and you're like, what? That's strange. What is that group text with Michael Gunn? And then you have this text message we've never seen before, ever. On June 3rd, Alec Murdaugh texts Russell Lafitte of Palmetto State Bank and says, and this is me summarizing, this is what he says.
Hey, Bo. I'm going to need $600K in my line of credit. We good?
Texts the head of the bank that he needs to extend his line of credit $600,000 on June 3rd. This is before he's confronted June 7th about the $792,000 that is missing with regard to Chris Wilson. Before that. It's before that. Before he knows that they know that that $792,000 is missing. So what is that $600,000 for? It's very, very interesting. So with all of it, I think this is going to solidify people's point of view already. And if you're sitting here going, I have a lot of questions, I don't know if this answers your questions. And I don't know if it will. We still have a week of the defense's case, and then we have the prosecution rebuttal. We are still a long way from the jury getting this. And the jury is told to not make their mind up yet. So if you're like, I still have questions, that's totally fair. But you're not on the jury. So if you're like, I feel this way or this way, that's fair. Just keep in mind whether the next testimony to come changes your mind, because the jury's going to be doing that too. It's like, I just wonder how many questions they have. I just wonder how many questions they have. We're going to get to some questions because I got questions. You got questions. We've got questions. And we're going to fack around and find out real quick. And then we're going to go get some lunch. I'm going to go see my kiddos because they don't have school today. Before I do that, I'm going to do the YouTube things. Give me 30 seconds to just plug my own shit, and then I promise I'll be done. If you haven't subscribed, please do that. I would super love to get to 700,000 here on YouTube. It just makes me feel warm and fuzzy. And I'm trying to prove to my 11-year-old that I am, in fact, a real YouTuber. He doesn't seem to believe me until I have an M after my number, because Mr. Beast has an M after his number, as do all of his other favorite YouTubers. So the shade from my child is real, and I am fighting him. And the only one that can help with that is you. So thank you for that. And then Mr. Beast goes and releases a candy bar called D's Nuts. Do you know what my 11-year-old now thinks is the funniest fucking thing ever? Yep. D's Nuts. Then we've got other things to plug. The podcast. It's called The Emily Show. I'm covering other cases right now on the podcast that we're not covering in this. I am absolutely going to be doing the Quick Bits roundups. I went and got my nails done last night. I haven't had a time to round up with the Quick Bits. So with that, Quick Bits is my second channel. The Emily Show is the podcast. Members only live stream will be on Monday. If you're a member here on YouTube or at lawandorderunite.com, you will be part of that live stream. So with that, thank you for letting me do the YouTube-y things. Yeah, it's apparently a candy bar with nuts in it called D's Nuts. Look, I grew up in the 90s. And I was so happy to get away from that phrase. And here we go again. Yeah, David said it. Mom, I want D's Nuts. Yep. Thank you, Mr. Beast. Thank you so much for that gift, because my kid cannot stop laughing. Mom, can we buy these nuts? Can we get these nuts? Thank you, Mr. Beast. All of us parents appreciate you. All right, with that, it is time. I know it's funny, but also, yikes. All right, let us keep going. Oh, okay. So wait, I told you about the Emily Show podcast. I told you about Quick Bits, the podcast, and the second YouTube channel. I told you what we're doing over here. I reminded you to subscribe. Should I just, y'all, a new project that I'm a part of released today. Should I tell you? Should we just, do you want me to tell you? I couldn't release it because it didn't get released until today. So should I just let you know and then go to questions? Should I just let you know and then go to questions? Because this has been a secret project that got confirmed today. Should I tell you? All right. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it real quick. This is in Deadline this morning. Real Housewife of Salt Lake City star Jen Shaw to be subject of Queen of the Con Season 4 podcast. I have joined Queen of the Con Season 4 as a contributing producer, and you will hear me in the podcast. So Queen of the Con Season 4 is brought to you by TV producer and con hunter Jonathan Walton, investigates and hosts the podcast, executive producer with Air Media and Elise Rosen, and then attorney Emily D. Baker is attached to the new season as a consulting producer. The series is distributed by iHeart Podcast Network. So I have been working on Queen of the Con Season 4. So with that, I will be involved with this iHeart Radio podcast. So that will be the third podcast. So for those of you that are already familiar with Queen of the Con, as I see so many of you in the chat are, this is a project that I'm going to be an integral part of. So there will be more podcasting to come. So that has been released today. I'll be sharing that more on social media after the trial today. So Thank you, thank you, thank you. Queen of the Con has been a really well-produced podcast. It is very victim-focused, which is one of the things I liked. But I also find that they follow the evidence. They're not just out to, name call people. So with that, I'm very excited to be a part of season 4 of Queen of the Con, and glad to see that Deadline shared that project today. So with that, Dave said that's dope, but I thought she was about to say she's an Avenger. There are some things I can't disclose. All right, with that, we need to get to questions. So let us get to your questions. I know you've got a lot of them. I can see them, and thank you all for the super chats and support. Crystal said, what we're all feeling, this trial gives me a headache. Facts. Every single day this week, I've had a headache after this show. Like I keep touching my neck. My skin is very reactive, but like all of my muscles are tight. My neck is tight. I'm just like, ah, I am. Lori, this weekend, I am working on Bring the Jury merch. I'm also working on some variations of that. I just haven't gotten there yet. Julie said that they believe that the drugs are why he killed his son. The thing that's hard is the prosecution has never, ever argued that. Tracy said Miami Heat looks a little like M. Gunn's wife, Amanda. And I imagine that it is, but why put it in there? It's just odd to me that it's in there. True, thank you for the super chat. Based on the millions of dollars, quantities of pills, and now Maggie's search, she didn't know. I think there's lots of evidence that he was involved in some way with distribution. He's been charged with narcotic offenses. I don't remember if he was charged with distribution or just Cousin Eddie, but there are narcotic offenses that he's been charged with. I don't think Maggie knew. And so was Maggie suspecting and just Googling pills? Because why is she Googling these pills if she knew what it was? I think it's a very fair point. All of you that have been touched by addiction of any sort, if you know, right? And so if this is a 20-year addiction and she knows he's addicted to painkillers, wouldn't she look at that and be like, because that's a big bag of painkillers? She wouldn't need to necessarily Google what those were, because she would know that. So it's very interesting to see. So I see the chat saying there's trafficking charges. I just don't remember if they go to both defendants or just Alec, but I know there were distribution charges. I know that there were. So, but those that deal with addiction of any kind of, if you know, and for so many of you in the chat have dealt with it, if you find a water bottle that is clearly not water, you know what you're dealing with, right? People know what they're dealing with when they're dealing with addicts generally. It seems like Maggie maybe didn't know, but it also seems like they were calling Paul little detective and maybe he did know. I don't know. Disney Mom said you suspect, but you don't want to know. And maybe that's part of it too. But Alec's statements that are now in, and the only reason we have these statements in is because of the defense's cross-examination and the court then letting them in. These statements wouldn't come in when Alex said that he doesn't know what he does when he's starting to go into withdrawals. And when he went to the hospital because he had been shot in the head, that he was trying to bribe the nurses to get a phone to call Curtis Eddie Smith. So there's that. Perhaps the Bikini Lady group text explains where all the money went. Penelope, I am not speculating about that at all. Thought Alex called Buster on the way back from Libby. Alec did call Buster on the way back from Libby's, but then doesn't call him again in those texts after he finds, here's what stands out in that. If he thinks that the murders are related to the boat incident, which he immediately says, wouldn't your first statement or wouldn't your first call be to Buster to make sure Buster's safe? Wouldn't you try to make sure Buster's safe? It's an interesting thing that Buster is not in. He's calling Rogan Gibson over and over and over again, but he's not calling Buster. If he thinks his family is being targeted and Buster's not there, why don't you call Buster? That's the first thing that Maggie's sister did with the roadside incident. She heard about the roadside incident and immediately called Buster to make sure Buster was safe. That was the first thing she did. So if you think that someone is out there targeting your wife and kid over, he drives up on this horrific scene. It is one of the most gruesome things you can ever imagine. He drives up on it with his headlights and sees the unimaginable and immediately thinks, because he tells 911 17 seconds after he drives up on this scene, he tells 911, my son was in this boat case. Immediately you call Buster when you hang up with 911 to make sure that Buster's safe. The prosecution's going to argue that he knows Buster's safe because he knows who the killer is and he's not afraid for anybody's safety, and that grabbing the gun was to cover up any GSR that might still be on him because he wasn't quite sure. And then the defense is going to argue he called his brother and maybe he asked his brother to call Buster. We'll see. Or that he was so out of his mind with grief, he just didn't know what he was doing. That's going to be the defense's argument. So it's going to go both ways. So the truck data shows Murdaugh getting home at 6:30 p.m. and leaves from the house at 9:06 to Almeida. So how does Alec Murdaugh get from the house to the kennels and back home to his truck without driving there? He doesn't drive to the kennels. I think he walks to the kennels or takes one of the ATV UTVs. How else do you ask for $600K? That's the only way. Clearly, Shannon, I am not living in the right world. I need to be able to text people for $600,000. I mean, I can't even get priority concert tickets through the Dave Matthews Band warehouse. I can't get a good seat to save my life. I got my fourth choice for my home venue. Fourth choice for home venue. Who do I need to text? I don't want $600,000. I just want better seats for the summer. He has 20 seconds to check the bodies, 15 minutes while running to use the hose right there, closing the car cabin nearby. It's not that hard. And that's what the prosecution's going to argue. Jamie said to me, drugs, timeline, steps show people were after him. Maybe he ran and is ashamed. I think Alec and his dad, bro, had some involvement with organized crime and lied to protect them. The defense can throw that out there. Question, would the prosecution have been prevented from bringing up the financials and drugs prior to the defense opening the door? The financials, yes. The drugs, not so much. The defense wanted it in, and I think the defense poked at the prosecution to get it in. Yesterday, I learned that in Scotland, a jury can decide guilty, not guilty, or not proven. A case like this makes me wonder the merits. Any thoughts? Not proven is very interesting. I think a hung jury is our not proven, because generally when the jury has a lot of questions, that's where you see hung verdicts. Some believe the state, some believe the defense, and you end up with that undecided verdict. So I think our hung jury kind of is not proven. There's still a lot of questions in this case. If somebody was like, what is the one thing that shows you in this case that he's guilty or not guilty? I think everybody has a different one thing. And a lot of us are still in but I have questions. Gingy Prob said, most Southern thing ever, just saw my cousin's name come up in PM's Snapchat because apparently they knew each other. Also, my wife is in hospital post-op complications. So grateful for the law nerds today. Gingy Problems, I'm so sorry for your wife. Hopefully it will be okay. And if they're getting treated at the hospital, that treatment will resolve swiftly. My mom recently was in the hospital with post-op complications. It's a very scary time, and everything was fine. But seeing your cousin's name come up in Paul Murdaugh's Snapchat has to be very surreal. If only 59 snaps, how did Maggie Murdaugh's phone get to the house? It's a good question. Am I the only one who finds it odd that there is too much data deleted from his phone and also from the other phones, which would help him? It's odd because the state's like he's manufacturing an alibi. If you're manufacturing an alibi, aren't you just like, check my phone, alibi. Oh, I don't want to do that. Alibi, check it, check the phone. This is my prior sweet paw nerd. That's Albus. Sometimes y'all ask. Yes, she is still my lock screen. The group text about the heat was read, but the group text about his dad wasn't read until the next day. They're showing he didn't care about the dad stuff. I think that's family tech. I think that's a very reasonable explanation. He doesn't try to get a hold of Rogan because he doesn't know what he had heard. He's trying to get a hold of Rogan because he doesn't know what he heard on the phone when he was on the phone with Paul. I think that's also a reasonable explanation. Wonder if the prosecution saw the jury wasn't buying it and is switching tactics. Maybe, but it doesn't work when the prosecution does not have a clear theory of the case and is trying to make something stick, it tends to turn off juries. Because if you're the prosecution and you're just trying to make something stick, it feels like overreaching and it feels gross. The prosecution shouldn't be overreaching. They should have a clear case that shows beyond a reasonable doubt that Alec Murdaugh pulled the trigger. Not beyond a reasonable doubt that Alec Murdaugh is stealing from his clients. Not beyond a reasonable doubt that he staged the roadside incident. Not beyond a reasonable doubt that he's shitty or slimy or whatever. Beyond a reasonable doubt that he pulled the trigger. And that's what they have to prove in this case. It has crossed my mind once I learned about the addiction and possibility of Paul taking Alex's stash, then flushing at the kennels, Alec in withdrawals. I don't know. A lot of people go into withdrawals and don't murder anyone. But everyone is different. I don't know. I just don't know. It'll be interesting to see how they tie it together. And I'll be very interested to see what the defense presents. So a load of things only showed on CDR, not Hightower, followed by something showed on Hightower, but not CDR. Could this be extraction tech issues? I think some of it could be. The heat, also a term for cops. Twist. Gunn's wife, who is bringing the heat in Miami, is also a Fed. That's pure and rampant speculation. I'm just being facetious at this point. If you text your spouse that you're leaving for an extended period of time and they don't respond to you, do you not go find them to let them know in person? Allie, the prosecution's going to argue this too. Maggie's sister said she convinced Maggie to go back to Moselle that night because of Dad's health, because Alec needs you. She was worried about Alec's health. Now we know more why she was worried about Alec's health. You need to go, you need to go, you need to go. And Alec asked her to come to go see his dad. That's what sister understood. So yeah, if the plan is to go see your dad or your mom now that she's home, wouldn't you just go by the kennels and be like, hey, let's go, instead of texting and then leaving? Do you still think the defense let the roadside incident eddy in strategically? I do think it was strategic. I do. Have we seen all of it yet? No. Dr. R, criminologist, said, I'm still not sure with a reasonable doubt he's guilty, but MM and PM were on to him, and my theory is AM was desperate, and withdrawal makes people do things they normally wouldn't do. Maybe. Did I miss the timeline where AM called Buster to let him know his family died? I didn't see that in any of the timeline either. Rogan Gibson and his brother. Hey, y'all, I thought today was Saturday. Fair. Can you catch me up at some point? Hope they did it. By the way, I caught your interview about your life and how everything came to the past yesterday. Emily, I don't know which interview. There's lots of them, but whichever one you found, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I do a lot of that I talk a lot about my story in my TED Talk, but things have definitely changed since I gave that TED Talk. Maybe it's time for TED Talk Part 2. Does go against manufactured alibi idea, but deleting the calls, in my opinion, is more sus and it makes it look like he's hiding something. Regretting showing the police his phone, lawyer friends told him he screwed up. These lawyers seem to have no control of what Alec decides to do. Question, could they have argued that he used the hose to rinse off by the kennels and that's one reason that there was so much water around? They can, but the defense is going to argue that it rained. Richard Jacobs asked this way earlier in the day. Emily, can the prosecution be penalized in any way for taking longer to present their case? No, they're just going to be annoyed. The judge is going to be annoyed. The judge is annoyed. We're annoyed. The jury's going to be annoyed. Natalie said, I didn't realize that there was a text about Paul fighting drugs. This should have been the motive, not the financials. Natalie, I agree with you. I think the prosecution is so singularly focused on these financial crimes because this is a white-collar crime prosecutor. I think they had tunnel vision in this case. I think this whole case they've had tunnel vision. But yes, there was a text about Paul fighting drugs, and then we have other statements about Paul being a little detective from multiple witnesses and Paul taking pills from his father. We have all of that. The prosecution knew all of it. And they have a complete tunnel vision on the financial crimes. The financial crimes are a piece of it, but the drug addiction is also a piece of it. And he mentions Paul being little detective way early in this case. And none of us knew what any of it meant until the sister testified, but the prosecution knew all that and could have put it together and didn't. Natalie, I agree with you. I think the prosecution shifting motives in the middle, I don't think they know what their narrative is, and that's why this case has been such a mess. I don't know if it will help them because the defense has very clear narratives. And mind you, the defense doesn't have to prove anything except that the prosecution didn't prove their case. The prosecution's going a long way to do that on their own. The defense doesn't have to prove anything except for Dick standing up and opening statements saying, we don't have to prove anything except I will prove to you that he is innocent. I don't know why Harpootlian said that in his opening, because Harpootlian, I feel like, shifted the burden a little bit onto himself, saying, we will prove to you not only that the state can't prove their case, but that he is innocent. I think that was an error for Harpootlian in his opening statement. I think it was overconfident. I think he should have said, we will show you that the state cannot prove their case, is focused on other things, and is just embarrassed that they can't solve this murder. And so, of course, they tried to pin it on the husband. And that's embarrassing. But they didn't. The burden doesn't change, but he's put it in the jury's mind. So, though the legal burden doesn't change, he put it out there for the jurors. And at closing, the prosecution gets a rebuttal. The defense does not. So Taryn said, have a drink at a Dave concert for me, eat, drink, and be merry. I'm seeing Dave in July. I will be seeing Dave a couple times, but probably not in July. Jamie said 11 years sober. Congratulations. Jamie, cheers to you, with coffee and water. Family of addicts, drugs don't make people murder their family. Which is a very fair point. Organized crime will kill your family. Also a very fair point. And if the money's running out, the defense is going to argue the money's running out and there were bad people who wanted to get to Alec. But if they get to they can't get to Alec, because if they kill Alec, then the money stops. But if they kill his family, it makes him beholden to them. It's a fair argument. And I think the defense will make it. We've already seen the defense dropping those nuggets of, well, you didn't know if he's giving $500,000 to Cousin Eddie. You didn't know if Cousin Eddie was skimming off the top. Jim starts throwing it in that interview they set up with police. Well, Alec's like, I don't have any debts to anybody. And Jim's like, well, you don't know what Cousin Eddie was keeping. It starts there. It started there. With that, it's good to see you, Natalie Lawyer Chick. It's good to see you in the chat. Today was interesting. I am very much looking forward to this cross-examination with Barber. I like him the best on the defense team. I find him very effective. I don't think he'll be sparring with this witness. Dick was a little unhinged this morning, which I kind of love to see. There was definitely some feistiness this morning. And with that, y'all, it is time to go to lunch. Have a great lunch. You know where I'll be this afternoon. You can go over there and start chatting right now, and I will see you soon. So thank you for being here. Thank you for being Law Nerds. Cheers. You can find all the Law Nerd goodies at lawnerdshop.com. Connect with me on social media at the Emily D. Baker. And don't forget to check out my podcasts, The Emily Show, and the new podcast, Quick Bits, summarizing everything I talk about on my Tuesday and Thursday live streams. You know, when you only have time for just the quick bits.